Book 2, Chapter 1. In the greenest of our valleys by good angels, tenanted, once a fair and stately palace, radiant palace raised its head. In the monarch thought, dominion, it stood there. Never did a seraph spread a pinion over fabric half so fair. Edgar Allan Poe. He was driving on a broad street after dark. "We'll be there in just a few moments," she said. He turned. Rose was in the passenger seat, apparently guiding this bizarre outing. He continued to creeping the neighborhood. Happy yet? At least it was a warm night. "Where are we going, Rose?" "Just a short distance further." "Really? I think you're beginning to act like a child, considering it was you, and you alone, who started this whole affair. So be it. I suppose you're the leader now. You, with a finely tuned brain, forever picking up your signals from that other world. It isn't my fault. If I could have had things differently, I would have—" "Turn here." He went slowly down an alley that inclined between two high hills. "Parked the car. There's a good boy." "Now get out." He did as she told him. Got out, stepping up on the crest of the hill to do so, and took a look around him at the ramshackle houses that stood like decrepit sentinels on either side of the dipping alleyway. Rose crunched gravel beneath her heels and said, "Are you in the mood for a little climb? Pretty steep on both sides, isn't it?" "That it is, Rose Tansler, that it is." A gentle fog had been creeping in for many minutes now, and suddenly came on thick and still, obscuring objects in the distance and bringing the face of his beloved into a sharp, crystalline focus as she drew near. The car seemed to sweat coolly in the night. He saw a beauty to it all, but he felt too weary at the moment to climb that hill with her. "I suggest we try a different approach," she said, as suddenly the fog seemed to close in around them. Tansler could feel an icy grip wrap itself around his body, and he could feel a slight pull through space. But in what seemed only a moment, they found themselves standing at the top of the hill, under an old tree, looking up at a window. "There it is. That's what you wanted, eh? It's fresh." And they commanded. "I can hear them screaming my name." "Who are they?" "The dead. Can you hear them howl so well?" "I am them. I am still one of them, and always will be, until the end of the world. No, you're my Rose, and you're alive again. I don't want to watch this." "Let them carry me home now." She didn't answer him, but in the next moment he saw her move slowly across the yard into the darkness. Her feet seemed to barely touch the ground. Emily Ford lay in bed, shivering in the darkness. Her teddy bear was pulled closely up to her chin, and she could feel the first few tendrils of sleep caress her mind as she closed her eyes and dipped her dreaming consciousness into a world where clowns and candy canes skipped merrily along. Suddenly, out of the dark, she heard the sound of a slight tapping at her window. Her eyes shot open, bleary sleep still masking the images moving in the streaming swirl of fog and moonlight. She was suddenly too frightened to move or call out. She could see a dim shape at her window, distinct against the thick fog that enclosed the entire yard. Emily sat back against the headboard, clutching her teddy bear tightly, whimpering. There was a strange woman outside her window. The woman was floating. "There's no need to be frightened of me, my dear. I don't want to hurt you. Who are you? What do you want?" "I'm a witch. I'm a good witch. I'm here to take you for a visit to a magic land. A land of dreams and wonders. A land just like out of a fairy tale? But this land is real. And when you want to, you can come back any time." At this, the little girl seemed to relax somewhat. Her hold on a teddy bear loosened, and she crept forward on the mattress. She was not crying, but now seemed genuinely intrigued. "What do I have to do to go there?" The woman outside her window smiled. She had a friendly, if slightly funny smile. The little girl thought, "That's easy. Just open the window and come with me. You'll love it in this magic land. There are candy cane trees and rivers of chocolate. Do you like chocolate?" The little girl nodded her head. "Wonderful! Peanut butter mountains there are, and soft, fluffy clouds of marshmallow, and it is never winter and always spring." The little girl had gotten out of bed now and was standing near the window, looking out at her with an intently interested face. She may have thought that she was still dreaming, but to Rose it mattered very little. She could feel the blood pumping in her skull, the hunger rising in her parched veins. The world was simply a giant oyster now, waiting to be sucked dry for all it was worth. She smiled again. Her mouth was aching. "Come on, open the window. Open the window, and we can be off. You'll be back before anyone even knows that you were gone." Carl was slumped beneath the tree in horror. The fog seemed to be closing in on him from all sides, strangling the last vestiges of hope from his body and suffocating him of air. He could feel invisible fingers wrap their tendrils around his life, and something seemed to be pressing against his chest. He suddenly asked God, whom he did believe in, but did not particularly revere, "What should I do? What on earth would you have me do?" Sleep. He felt his eyelids tremble and collapse, and his consciousness drift away. When he awoke, it was in his own bed. Rose was sitting, with her hands folded, by the window staring off down the street. The sunset was peeping out from behind the tall stand of elms across the street. "The sun shines off the water beautifully," she said. Her voice was flat and expressionless. He heard it, half heard what she said, at any rate, and began to stir himself. He felt as if he had been dragged through hell and back, and he could barely remember last night. One image did stand out to him, and for a moment he sat in bed sullenly, ignoring her while he tried to set his mind straight. "They'll come for us now," he said, flatly. "There must have been witnesses, people who saw us driving around, saw us leave. They'll never come for us. The dead are helping us, assisting us. The fog covered our movements and actions. There were no witnesses. Why in God's name would the dead do anything for one that had escaped their clutch? Aren't you, in a manner of speaking, a sort of fugitive?" "Yes. I am also an emissary. The dead are not simply an extension of humanity. They are separate from humanity. They are their own race, religion, nation. I am their ambassador." "Oh, it's preposterous." "But, Rose, we cannot sustain your appetites in this fashion any longer." He suddenly felt his gorge rise, and a sickening new feeling of revulsion swam through him as his emotional defenses reeled under the full impact of what had been transpiring for the last several weeks. She turned, said, "So you find me disgusting now, is that it?" Hideous and revolting. A monstrous human leech that preys on innocent people. "Aren't you sorry that you ever met me?" She turned again, and he thought, for a brief moment, that he could see tears trickling down the lean curve of her face. He bounded from the bed, approached her, put his hands on her shoulders, and nearly turned her about, telling her, "Rose, I know you don't for a moment believe that. You know how deeply I love you. I'd risk hell and damnation just to be with you. And hell is where we belong, and it's where we are headed. No, you mustn't think that way. I don't think you can be blamed for wanting to stay alive, to stay strong. You're not the same woman who died, not the same Rose. You are Rose, in a sense, but in a sense, you are the dead now. As you stated, the dead have different needs than the living. A lion has different needs than a lamb. One eats the other, and the other obliges by virtue of its weakness. And we, Rose, are stronger than anyone we've hurt. Are we not? It is a world of predators and prey, isn't it, Carl? One can see these things so much clearer when one has been to hell and back. The world seems full of little sensations, people scurrying about, trying to satisfy this or that need, to fulfill whatever lust or passion burns most brightly in their heart. But finally, it is all in vain. Only survival is the true mark and measure of what separates the victor from the vanquished. You speak words of wisdom. You were always an intelligent girl. I'm more than that now, and you know it. We've been released. Carl, couldn't you face death now, and not blink or show one fillip of emotion? You would be with me. I am the dead. There is no separation but this veil of skin. And what of the soul? Locked away in a presence of essential stuff until, finally, it is freed. But the body remains, and the body is where our illusion of personality resides. Well, bugger the soul and let God have it. I'll take my personality and yours over any intangible. He trailed off. He had been bent low before her. Now he stood, straightened himself, and noticed a peculiar hump rising below the covers at the foot of the bed. Rose, what's this? Silence. He walked over, tossed back the covers, and reeled. The body of a small girl lay plastered to the sheets at the foot of the bed. It had taken him a while to dispose of the remains, and he could feel the tension and pressure and panic increase as he busily sawed away arms and legs, placing everything in his special antique tub to soak in acid. He felt himself caught in the middle of some bizarre nightmare. Yet he felt very little fear beyond what he knew must be their eventual discovery by the police. It could only be so long before they would trace the ever-increasing trail of bodies back to his doorstep, and when they did, he would immediately hit the newspapers as a sort of all-time ghoul, or the ghoul of the century even. He didn't want to be remembered that way. It was a part of his expertise that he managed to crawl into a bottom window with Cadillac stealth. He had been watching for the old man's coming and goings, had decided tonight would be the best night to make an attempt to get into the house and have a look around. He was an old hand at this, and anticipated no problems. He had climbed the fence in the back fairly easily, had crept across the lawn in the darkness, feeling the frost creep into his bones as his heart began to hammer with excitement. He had brought along his special tools, a collection of lockpicks that he found to be foolproof. He would slip around the back to the kitchen door, his feet hit the carpet, and he felt, all at once, a tremor of uneasiness steal through him. All was dark and quiet. Tanzler made sure at least to extinguish every light in the house before he left. He walked quickly through the back kitchen into the foyer and headed for Tanzler's office. He opened the door, shining his pen light around in the dark, trying to keep the beam away from the window. He went to the desk, sat down in the chair, and began to open the drawers. There wasn't much except the detritus that usually accumulates in a busy man's desk, and he decided to go through the cabinets. He knew, for the time being, what he was searching for. The bottom drawer of the desk was locked. He pulled, hearing the mechanism pop. He would have to make damn sure to wipe everything down for prints after, or he might be sharing a cell with his suspect. He shined his penlight inside, was unsurprised to find it reflect back the image of a dull brown bottle with a spoon tied to the top. He picked it up, holding his penknife between his teeth, placed it on the desk, and pulled out the cork. He shuki, a single gram onto his pinky, tasted, and knew at once that it was cocaine. It was no surprise to him. He had Tanzler pegged as a dope fiend all along. He placed the bottle back in the drawer and closed it softly. Check. He got up, wondered if there were any other narcotics Tanzler had secreted for his own personal use. Decided that finding the cocaine was confirmation enough, walked out of the office and shut the door, making sure to lock it. To the left of him, the staircase led upward to the good doctor's private bedroom and living quarters. Up there, he surmised, the real information was just waiting for him to ferret out. He went carefully up the steps, reminding himself that he had to be snappy, that the old man might return at any time and discover him, and made it to the top with only a few creaking floorboards to announce his presence. Up here, the darkness seemed more real, something that closed around you like a shroud. The beam of his torch was also beginning to go weak. He went slowly down the hall, not liking the empty, hollow thud of his own shoe leather on the floor. He went straight back first, finding the door to the secret workshop. Whatever Tanzler had been doing, the signs of an obsessed craftsman lay all about. There were strips of silk cloth laid out on the table, bundles of wire, and what appeared to be a hardened block of wax. There was a portable stove for heating it, and pots and dips coated with the stuff. Whatever it was, he didn't think Tanzler had suddenly taken an interest in making candlesticks. Everything appeared to be clean, though he could find nothing else incriminating on the workbenches or hanging from the walls or in the giant antique washtub that rested ubiquitously in the corners. He walked out, somewhat perplexed. He entered the bathroom, the guest room, and then stopped at the last door just before the top of the stairs. He thought, or rather knew, this had to be Tanzler's bedroom. He put his hand on a knob, turned, and shined his light inside. The bed looked like it had been prepared for a wedding. It was a canopy bed, to begin with, and it was surrounded on all sides by heavy bouquets of steadily wilting flowers. The ever-present smell was worse in here, overpowering, really, and the flowers did little to mask it. His heart suddenly leapt into his throat, and he walked toward the bed, bouncing his feeble light off the white silk canopy. There was a shadow shape in that bed, nestled beneath the covers. He knew it, and it did nothing to calm his nerves or ease his sudden sense of revulsion. He could hear a fly buzz past him as he moved forward on slightly trembling legs. He moved to the side of the bed closest the window. On a night table, beside the heavy vases of flowers, were little cups of ash that he knew must be the remains of strong incense, as well as prayer beads, a crucifix, a white candle, and photographs of the late Rost. It was, of course, a shrine to Tanzler's Saint Rose, and he prepared himself as he studied the contours beneath the sheets, the dark silhouette behind the canopy curtain. He put forth one hand, grasped the filmy white edge, and pulled it back. For a moment, he was so astounded by the grotesquerie that presented itself to him that he was too stunned to speak. He was a hardened man, but suddenly he felt his stomach churn as he recoiled from the sight that lay in the bed before him. The stench was overpoweringly nauseating, and it was all he could do to keep from coughing up his lunch as his flashlight beam played over the hideous features of the desiccated body in the bed. Its face was a horrifying ball of wax, reconstructed crudely with paint and makeup to maintain some blasphemous resemblance to the woman these bones once had been. The hands were the same, shapeless, waxen gloves. The eyes looked as if they were probably glass. The body itself had clearly begun to cave inward and must have been stuffed surgically with old rags to maintain any resemblance to the human form. What's more, the decay was not yet complete, and the bed clearly bore the signs of seepage and rot beneath the withered remains. Several flies alighted suddenly. He stepped backward, let the canopy curtain fall, and felt sick to his stomach. Just then, a cold explosion erupted in his skull, and darkness closed in upon him. Part 2 banners, yellow, glorias golden on its roof did float and floatis. All this was in the olden time long ago, and every gentle air that dallied in that sweet day. Upon the ramparts plumed and pallid, a winged odor went away. Edgar Allan Poe, when he came to, it was with the gradual knowledge that he had been blackjacked. It was not the first time it had ever happened to him. His hands were tied behind him with strips of cloth, and he strained for a moment. He was sitting in the workshop, he realized, donde how he could hear the strains of Tanz Wurlitzer organ piercing the darkness. The old man was obviously as mad as a loon. He struggled against his bonds, sat up, and managed to wriggle his hand free. Tanzler was, apparently, no expert at tying knots, or, hopefully, the old man secretly realized that the jig was up. Once free, and standing on his 2 feet, he felt the hideous sore not on the back of his head. It was a real shiner, and he staggered a bit as he moved forward to open the door. Unsurprisingly, his gun was gone. He went down the hall to the door of Tanzler's room, thrust it open, and saw that the candles had been lit. The old man was seated at his organ, playing a melancholy dirge, and the heavy funk of incense seemed to permeate the air. He walked slowly toward the old man's back. He was going to beat holy hell out of him. Suddenly, Tanzler turned on the piano bench, Baumgartner's own gun clasped in his hand as he held the barrel waveringly on the advancing detective. "Stop right where you are, Baumgartner. Go ahead and shoot me if you think it will do any good." "I doubt very much that it's going to make that." He gestured to the bed. "Smell any better, Doc, if you don't mind me saying so? You're out of your skull. I think you need a nice, long holiday in a rubber room." "Tell me, how do you stand this smell?" He stared at him quietly for a moment, said, "I don't think you quite understand the situation into which you've unthinkingly blundered. I understand that you were hired by Imelda's daughter to ferret me out. Well, I can't have that. Not now, when we are so close to finally being complete with our work. And what is that? Keeping that cold pile of bones together with wax and wires. She is not a cold pile of bones. She is merely resting, waiting for the final sacrifice. Oh, you could not possibly understand with your limited mind what it is Rose and I have accomplished in such a short amount of time. We have broken through the barrier between their world and ours. We are on the cusp of a new era, explorers of a new, untrammeled continent." He trailed off, his eyes fanatical burning coals. Baumgartner moved closer to him, imperceptibly, sizing up his chances of pouncing upon the lunatic and taking the gun away from him. Madmen are particularly dangerous. He knew an armed madman the most dangerous of all. "What in the world are you talking about?" "Duck, you're right. I don't understand. Why don't you explain it to me? And then maybe we'll see if I can understand what you're telling me, or not. When did you decide to take her body from the tomb?" "I never decided such a thing. It was decided for me. I could hear them, you see, feel them. They're as vital as you or I. All you have to do is look for them, and you will see." "Look for who, Doc?" "The dead. They are not dead. They are, for want of a better term, undead. They are a new race, an entirely new species, reborn in the fetid womb of corruption and calling out from the grave for sustenance and life." "Can't you hear their voices speaking, even now?" He inched closer, as Tanzler's face fell strangely, his eyes casting about in the shadows on the floor. "I've done questionable things." "Like what?" "Theft of a body. You loved her, and when she died, it drove you to that particular action. It's not something everyone will understand, but it's not the crime of the century either." The old man was silent for a moment, his eyes hooded and gloomy, and then said I, or rather Rose and I, have killed 3 people. We killed Imelda Cove, and Rose drank off her blood and vitality. I dissolved her body in acid, flushed it down the drain. Suddenly, Baumgartner knew the full extent of this man's delusion. Doc, you didn't kill anyone. You just imagined you did. It's not real. None of it. It's all in your mind. Preposterous. I know the difference between what is real and what is not. You're trying to trick me, you devious, underhanded little bastard. But I'm afraid it won't work. Tanzler suddenly grew fiery with anger, his eyes blazing, and he held the gun tighter in his grasp, steadying the shaking barrel on Baumgartner's chest. Rose lives. Leave it again. She is resting now, waiting, in a larval state. She will hatch like a caterpillar from a cocoon, and the butterfly of her soul will take wings. She has been touched by the cosmic rays, ruled by the whispers of night, and we will be together, traversing that firmament between matter and soul. Do you hear me? You are to be the last. Your body and blood for her. He cocked the gun. Baumgartner froze in place, said, Tanzler, Imelda Cove is not dead. She's in Chicago. She met a fellow up there and took off. I just spoke to her landlord yesterday. She contacted him about her unpaid rent. Said she'd settle with him when she got her first check. She's fine. You haven't killed anyone, and Rose has never stirred from that spot since the moment you laid her there from her own grave. I'd be willing to bet you haven't been seeing things straight for a long time. Now, come on, give me the gun. Give me the gun, and I'll prove Imelda Cove, and the rest of this business is nothing more than a trick of your mind. I'm not a madman, damn ya. And because there didn't seem to be much in the way of a response to that, Baumgartner suddenly took his chances, leaped for the gun, and grabbed Tanzler's wrist as the older man attempted to pull away from him. They wrestled for a few moments, when suddenly a loud report signaled that it was the end of the melee. Tanzler crumpled in his grasp, falling to the floor in a heap, holding his chest. Yet, as Baumgartner approached him, breathing raggedly, he realized 2 things. 1, for Carl Tanzler, this was most likely the end of the line. After this, the crazy old bird would never see the light of day again. 2, there was not a spot of blood on him, and the bullet had never found its mark. What Tanzler was suffering from now was most likely a mild heart attack. Baumgartner rushed downstairs to find the telephone. Part 3. Wanders in that happy valley, through 2 luminous windows, saw spirits moving musically to a lute's well-timed law. Round about a throne where, sitting in state his glory well befitting, the ruler of the realm was seen. Edgar Allan Poe. Dr. Chilton Chalmers reared back in his seat, put his feet on top of his desk, lit a cigarette, and yawned. Seated across from him, Donald Baumgartner was also smoking. Damnedest case I've ever had. Mr. Baumgartner man is a complete psychotic. He's totally broken ties with reality. He actually believed that he could bring that dead body back to life. Good thing you caught on to him when you did, too, as I'm sure you've read in the papers. We believe he started prowling around the neighborhoods at night. Christ only knows what he was planning on doing, but we think his peeping Tom routine was a dress rehearsal for abduction, possibly murder. Donald Baumgartner stubbed out his cigarette, took out his notebook, and flipped through it slowly. He was spotted prowling around the yard of Joe Ford by a neighbor. Description tallied perfectly. It was only a matter of time before he was picked up by the cops on a morals charge. I just helped expedite matters a little. So, any closer to understanding what it was that put him so over the edge? Dr. Chalmers sighed, stubbed out his cigarette, and lifted a small paper cup of coffee to his lips, reflectively. The mind is a mystery. As to how it works, who can say? We only have the barest understanding ourselves, and we've been in this game a long time. My own guess was that it was a combination of loss, loneliness, and a predisposition to fantastic thinking. His library was choked full of weird books on occult and arcane subjects. Baumgartner considered maybe just a pervert, a guy that invented a whole fantasy world around the object of his obsession. "I'm afraid I'm going to need something more." For Mike, Dr. Chalmers shrugged his shoulders, yawned again. Who can say? He's told us so much paranoid babble, stuff about death, worshipping, cults, magic, zombies, real voodoo stuff. Apparently, he had been to see a local fortune-teller. A woman goes under the name Madame Zamondar, or some such damned foolishness. She climbed up pretty quick, but I take it she has a rap sheet herself a mile long. Says she gave Tanzler a few tarot readings. He talked about ghosts and life after death, religious subjects mostly. Now, get this. She refused to answer most of the questions the cops put to her. Said it violated the right to confidentiality she shared with all her clients. Will you get a load of that malarkey? Ridiculous. Tanzler came to in the silence of a dark room. He could barely feel his arms. They seemed to be locked into place by straps. It was bare moments, his eyes rapidly adjusting to the dark, before he could hear a kind of slow, scrabbling steps near him. He raised his head. He was strapped into a very rough, uncomfortable wooden chair. His hair hung in greasy strands before his eyes, and his bladder hammered miserably. A shaft of clear moonlight illuminated. Suddenly, more than he cared to ever see. It was a padded cell. He could smell waste and dirt and oily skin faintly floating in the stale air. He lifted his head. Before him, crouching in the murk, a pitiful character, clearly an imbecile, was crouched toward the wall, its feet curled up beneath it, and a streamer of drool and mucus leaking down from its gaping, fish-like mouth. It was gabbling a bizarre mantra that Tanzler couldn't understand. He tried to struggle forward, realized it was no use, and resigned himself for a moment to shutting his eyes and trying to reawaken the fantastic images of the dream he had been having. Finding it pointless, he swallowed hard, blinked, and testily spat out, "What is that? What is that you are saying?" The little figure in front of him drew closer, until he could smell the foul, stale blast of its breath. It was a hunched, miserable little shape, little more than a hunchbacked toad, and he could tell by the slackened jaw and bugging, imbecilic eyes. It was little more than a mental degenerate. What's more, the foul rags it wore on its body gave off a stench that was somewhat beyond belief. He recoiled, sneered, felt his head grow woozy, and said to himself, "Hell. I've died and gone to hell, and it essy full of half-wits, pinheads, and mutants." The figure in front of him said, in a voice that was loud and strangely hollow, as if it emerged straight from the chest and exited without any emotion save for fury from the yellow, clacking teeth. "My name is Esmeralda, and I'm pleased to meet you. I want to tell you about Jesus. I already know all about him." "Thanks." He stuttered for a moment, then said, "You had better be good here. If you ain't good here, you're going to get a spanking. I'll keep that in mind." Suddenly, from the darkness behind him, he heard a rough, gravely voiced chirp up A.W. "Don't listen to that old thing. Nobody gets out of here alive. Anyhow, doesn't matter what you do or don't do. Do you know where you are, fella?" He tried to twist his head around to see. Moriond. Mori. He could see the contours of the holding cell clearly. Behind him, A man squatted over a bucket, and a tall, scarecrow-like being perched atop a bench, muttered to himself and chewed on his fingers. He saw a form or two move around him, hulking, confused shapes that made him feel uncomfortably close to a terrified anger. He bucked up. He would remain stronger than any bonds they could tie him with. I suppose in a sanitarium. I've been indisposed lately. In truth, the past 20-odd hours had been a blur. He had been rushed to a hospital, but the doctors had deduced nothing physically wrong with him. He was suffering, they assumed, from a form of hysteria and had blacked out. When he had come to, his first notion had been to continue to struggle against the hands of his captors. That had not been wise. He had attempted to leave the hospital bed, accusing the nurses and doctors of committing a grievous offense against him. Of course, the hallway was being guarded by a policeman and a general throng of reporters, some from as far away as Chicago and Detroit, had descended like vultures to get their glimpse of the sensational Graveyard Valentino. It was a story that had the potential to inflame readers from coast to coast. It had certainly inflamed the passions of the local Ku Klux Klan, who had damn near come close to starting up a lynching posse before it was made apparent to them by members that were off-duty policemen that Tanzler would be watched like a hawk. His case being so unique, it would surely draw attention all across the country. The Imperial Caliph spat angrily, kicked the dirt, and lamented the fact that they were indeed powerless to get their hands on that no-account juice. They did, however, make plans to find, kidnap, and hang the old man should he ever again be released into society. Tanzler had been given a heavy dose of what he took to be morphine, and had slowly descended again into a stupor. He had not stopped to consider the furor that was taking place in the community, as word of the grisly discovery of Rose's body had spread like wildfire. Nor, in truth, did he care one whit any more. His next memories involved being wheeled, half unconscious, into a courtroom where a judge quickly pronounced him, presently, unfit to stand trial. The old man hadn't really done him any favors, he now reflected. Everywhere he turned, every pair of eyes that had met his on his way from the hospital to the courtroom to this final destination had bore the same look of repulsion and fear, and he knew now, as he had never known before, the cold hatred that emanated from alienation and social scorn, and he had met that hatred with stoicism. Of course, the continual flow of sedatives they kept injecting into his arm helped considerably. Oh, listen to the man. Hey, buddy, do you think that you're better than me? Huh? I bet you think you're too good to be in here with the rest of us rats. Well, I know who you are, and I know what you are, and you're just another freak like all the rest of us. Hey, I want you to see me. A shadow approached him from behind, kneeling low into his face. He suddenly saw before him a face so strange that it nearly roused him from his stupor. It was a badly scarred nightmare, and nothing about the shape suggested what sex it might be, although he realized it must be male. The hair was long and stringy, and the body itself was filthy. The long, tattered gown must have once been white. It was now mostly yellow. "What are you?" he asked, spitefully. He felt no fear, none at all. "I know what you think. When I was a kid, I first learned that I was neither a boy nor a girl. Do you know what that does to you, huh, mister? My mommy didn't know whether or not to name me Billy or Betty. Look at this thing. What could I do with this useless thing?" It lifted the hem of the robe and flashed its genitalia at him, but he merely lowered his eyes to slits and spat. "So, what do you expect me to do about it?" "Join a carnival, I say, you two's ext freak." "Just what I expected you to say. Just what I expected, Luke." "Atchie, my fussy mister, I'd done this to myself. One night, I knew I couldn't take it any longer, and so I got a can of gasoline, and I soaked the curtains of my house. And then I stood in the living room and flicked a match. Whole place went up like a tinder box. I barely got out alive, if you can call this living. Suddenly, Tanzler heard a sort of gurgling cry rise from behind him, and he realized that there was another unseen presence in the room with them. A vast, hulking shape seemed to appear in the darkness like a great bear, and began to cry and scream and beat his fists together all at the same time. The hermaphrodite suddenly grabbed him by his hair, yanking his head as he twisted in futility against his bonds. "Now see what you caused. See what you caused. We'll all be flayed alive now. I tell you there will be hell to pay." Tanzler listened as he heard the slop bucket kicked over and the repulsive contents go splashing across the floor. The little toad-like creature began to gabble again, imploring Jesus to come and save them all from the wrath of the great Hulk, who even now was lumbering around the room in a paroxysm of rage and angst, beating his fists back and forth savagely. Pandemonium erupted, and Tanzler felt his head twisted around. Inconveniently, he was the only one in the room restrained in a seat. Suddenly, mercifully, he caught the bobbing beam of a flashlight from down the hall, and two large shapes loomed at the barred door in front. They shined the beam inside, and then banged loudly with a rubber truncheon. "Quiet in there, you bastards. Don't make us have to come in there. Help me, in the name of God. Don't leave me in here at the mercy of these animals." Suddenly, the door flew open, and the hulking shapes entered, swinging their clubs with merciless abandon, as the smaller inmates ran two corners to cower. The great bear of a lunatic continued to rage and cry, imploring God, his mother, his nanny, and all the wretched demons of hell to set him free of his cursed existence. You want to go into restraints tonight? Huh? Better calm down, old hoss. No, I don't want to go. I'll be good. I'm sorry. I've been a bad boy. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't hit me. I'll be good. The great monster of a man jammed his fists into his eyes and began blubbering like a freakishly overgrown baby. The attendant seemed to relax a bit and said, "All right, then mind your manners and keep quiet till morning." While that man was occupied with the giant, his partner came around in front of Tanzler. It was too dark to properly see his face, but Tanzler knew he was studying him with loathing, fascinated eyes. He pulled a cigarette from his shirt pocket, stuck it in the corner of his mouth, pulled a match, flicked it on his fingernail, and lit up. Hey, Rube, you got one of them for me?" The hermaphrodite had crept back into the dismal light creeping in from the hallway, and implored the man. He paused for a second, handed her the one he had just lit, and then got another for himself. "Better hurry up, Glenn. We ain't supposed to be giving smokes to the patients." Glenn inhaled greedily, and the other attendant joined his comrade in front of Tanzler. Both men seemed particularly intrigued by the notoriety of their new charge. Lobotomy. His friend turned around, as if Tanzler wasn't even there, and said, "You bet your sweet ass, lobotomy. He's lucky." Both men broke into rasping laughter, and turning, strode back out, slamming the door behind them. Glenn approached Tanzler, the end of the cigarette still held between her fingers, her eyes twin moons of exquisite sadistic exultation, and said, "You know what it feels like to burn all over your body, Tanzler. You know what it feels like to burn and burn and burn forever? It must feel like hell. his mind went to a place where none of this mattered any longer. It was the same solid, walled-in spot that had first taken Rose from her crypt and brought her back to life with the powers of his own indomitable will. It was a place beyond the reach of terror and pain. Glenn brought the smoldering tip of the cigarette close to Tanzler's eye. He watched in perfect, stoic concentration, and his mind faded from the room. It was morning, and the first crack of dawn across the horizon had welcomed him like a smile from the face of God. He had risen from bed, excited at the prospect of tramping around in the woods with his father and grandfather today, hunting squirrels. He had washed his face, put on his best pair of bib overalls, and walked quietly downstairs. Smelling the first good smells of coffee and bacon frying, he seated himself at the table, eager to begin eating. His mother looked back at him, her eyes large and tired, and her hair frayed. She seemed to have not slept much last night, and as she set the plate down for him, and as he listened to his brother grumble up and down the stairs to start the first of the morning's chores, P.A. had expressly told his brother to stay home today from the hunt and take up Carl's share of the work. A prospect that had done nothing to amuse him. He felt like the luckiest boy in all the world. His little sister sat beside him, eating with the drowsy enthusiasm of a child that awakes from a pleasant sleep with a famishing hunger. Soon Pa would be back in for his breakfast after, of course, making sure that Carl's big brother did not slack off on doing the double portion of work allotted him today. And then they would both go out to watch the morning break, and Grandpa would come riding in on his old mule, a proud, ragged old man in a great tall hat and old coat. Of course, Grandpa was not really his grandpa. Carl's grandpa was dead and buried over in Germany a dozen years back. This grandpa was a German immigrant, like Carl's father, and had lived in the neighborhood for time out of mind. He had helped P.A. establish the farm, and had always been around to lend a hand. In return, he had only asked the occasional supper, and to spend time with the family, as his own wife had passed, and his children had all gone away. He had loved the children deeply, and had become a part of the Tanzler clan, just as sure as if he had actually been their elderly patriarch. Pa had led him merrily from his seat at the table, and, with a cup of steaming coffee in his hand, had brought little Carl out of the front porch. The last few vestiges of early morning were shrugging themselves away when a familiar shape came riding up just over the hill. Guten Morgen. Carl's father called back a hearty German good morning to the old man, who hitched his old mule up to the fence post and strode toward the porch as tall and as dignified as ever. "How are you, mean kinder, this morning? So your papa tells me you are going out with us today. I am very glad, for we have much to discuss." And with that, the old man rolled a cigarette with one crooked hand, strode up onto the porch, went in and greeted Frau Tanzler, and took some coffee. Within the hour, they were off, Grandpa and Carl sitting in the hay in back of the wagon while Carl Senior drove. Little Carl soon realized that Grandpa was looking particularly aged and weary today, and had to stop intermittently to take a rest. His own father was understanding, and had grown strangely quiet. The sun had continued its steadily creep upward, and now the day seemed as if it were going to be blazing hot. They had finally climbed their way carefully into a thicket of trees by the side of the road, and proceeded down over brambles and heavy roots, and through bushes, until they finally made their way to an old trail that Carl knew must have been there since the time of the Indians. His father and Grandpa each had their guns with them, rested on their shoulders, and little Carl had been left to carry a pack that included some lunch, extra ammunition, and a canteen. After a time of lugging the stuff around, he began to sweat, and he would momentarily look up to his father, who strode ahead of them in somber silence. "Are we there yet, Papa?" He would ask. His father would look over his shoulder and say gruffly, "Not yet, boy, but soon, just a bit further out." He held onto Grandpa's hand for a while, not really liking the unpleasant roughness of it. He could hear the old man wheeze, hear his chest rattle and whir like a crazy clock. "Are you okay, Grandpa?" Carl looked up at him apprehensively. He loved Grandpa like no one else in the entire world. "Yeah. Say, you better hurry on up ahead if you want to catch up to your Grandpa pushed him up ahead a little, trailing back, his gun still cocked over his shoulder in the manner of an old soldier. Carl went ahead into the brush, just as far as he could see his father's back as he crept with his gun poised, then dove behind a tree. He watched in awe as Grandpa bent low, coughing miserably, and unleashed a thick streamer of mucus from his mouth. He looked to be gasping for air, and his face was the queerest color Carl had ever seen. He stalled for a minute until he heard Grandpa's boots come crashing through the undergrowth, and then hurried on ahead to Pa, he asked, with a growing sense of bewilderment. "Is there something wrong with Grandpa?" Carl's father continued to look straight ahead, his jaw tightening perceptibly. He looked, all of a sudden, as unhappy as hell. "Tell you what, son, let's stop and take lunch." They walked on ahead for a few paces until they came to a little natural clearing. The noonday sun cut through the thick curtain of leaves and little dancing snakes and strange, shifting pools that gave Carl a real feeling of weirdness he would never really forget. The world seemed painted, that moment, in deep greens, dark browns, and cast about pools of shadow, stretching into a woodland blur. He sat down on a great dead log beside his pa and started to unpack their food. While they began to munch silently, Carl turned the events of the day so far over in his head. Somehow, nothing had seemed right. Pa and Grandpa were both acting mighty peculiarly, but he wasn't sure he could really put his finger on it. He could hear Grandpa coming up to meet them through the darkness of the trees, his tread old and steady as his heels came down upon weeds and shrub. "PA, when I asked you if something was wrong with Grandpa, you never answered me. Why is that, PA?" Carl's father considered a moment, took a swig from the canteen, and suddenly felt his sweat cool on his body. "Maybe you should ask him that question, son." As if in answer to his father, Grandpa appeared suddenly, made his way to the old log, and bent down low in front of them. His eyes were the color of muddy water, and Carl could suddenly see the deep wells of pain and awesome exhaustion deep within his face. Grandpa looked like a man that had come to accept an awful truth, and had resigned himself to it. "My child, your grandpa is not well. Truth is, Carl, I'm dying. Dr. Rupin. F.T. Wayne says it's just a matter of time. Maybe a few weeks." "I got cancer, Carl. You know what that is?" Carl shook his head. He immediately felt a huge well of sorrow begin to rise in his chest, and he felt his breath grow ragged. "You see, that's why I was so glad your PA brought you out here with us today. I wanted to be able to say goodbye to you. You see, when you and your PA head home tonight, I'm going to stay right here, and I'm going to wait for Old Man Death to come and get me." Carl began to cry, and reached forward to clutch the old man. To him, Grandpa held him for a bit, and even Carl's father was wiping tears from his eyes now. "Now, Carl, don't be that way now. It is just a part of life, and we all have to face it. Eventually, now, I have had a long life, Carl, a good life, but it's over, and I want to go out like a man with a little dignity left." Carl felt his father's hand on his shoulder and heard him say, "It's the way the Indians do it, son. Grandpa used to live among them years ago out west. Didn't you, Grandpa?" Grandpa looked over at PA. nodded his head slowly, and said, "I obey. I was made an honorary Blackfoot by Chief Revenue. Take Snowflight. So, you see, this is just the way it has to be, Karl. Heina." Karl began to weep furiously, and his father looked, for a moment, as if he might join him. Instead, he stood up, dusted off his trousers, and said, "Come on, let us not ruin this last time together." Karl... His cheeks felt hot and flushed, and his heart felt like a lead weight. His legs and arms were numb, but somehow he managed to trudge forward for an hour or so, behind Pa and Grandpa, who walked ahead a little, taking a few half-hearted shots here and there. Karl could hear them whispering to each other softly, intermittently, but he made no effort to listen in. He could barely look at Grandpa now. Every time he caught sight of him, a peculiar mixture of fear, anger, sorrow, and disbelief seemed to wash over him all at once. Finally, as the sun began to dip down below the trees and the twilight gloom began to wax strong, Karl's father turned to him, said, "Junior, it's time to go home now. You got something you want to say?" Karl turned to look up into the face of the man he considered his grandpa. The face looked old, seemed, but there were no tears there. The image of a man 10 feet tall suddenly faded forever from Karl's mind. Now, Grandpa looked simply old and worn out. Exhausted? Karl tried to choke out a few words, but found his tongue swelling up. His throat ached miserably, and tears began to stream down his little cheeks again. "I love you, Karl. I want you to know that. Goodbye." He bent down, hugged the boy to him, and Karl felt his frailness through the old flannel shirt. He stepped back, weeping, inconsolably now, his head resting on his chest, his fists jammed into his trouser pockets. Pa walked up to Grandpa, took his hand, and spoke softly. Suddenly, he leaned forward and grasped the old man in a bear hug. Then, patting his shoulders, he turned, picked up his gun, saluted, and walked over to Karl, putting his hand on his shoulder. Karl never looked back. As they drove the buggy back along the rutted road, Karl sat alone amidst the hay in the back of the wagon, feeling cold and alone, and drowned in despair. Pa sat silently driving the wagon. His stout back slumped considerably. Suddenly, in the stillness of the gathering night, a clear, loud gunshot rang out in the evening air. Karl felt lightning rip through his body. P.A. "Grandpa is dead, isn't he, Pa?" Karl felt a tidal wave of grief crush him. "Yes," his father said, his voice flat and steady. That evening, just before nightfall, Pa stood out on the porch, smoking his pipe. When he finally went in, his face ran wet with silent tears. Tanzler felt himself drawn from his reverie. He had intentionally blanked out his reasoning, retreated into the past in anticipation of the pain of being burnt with the smoldering butt of the cigarette. But suddenly, the scarred face pulled back his hand, his eyes a baleful cold gleam of insanity, and said something unintelligible. He then put the cigarette on his own face, burying it amidst the lunar surface of pocked, repulsive skin. It was to the drab, white ward, with its endless screams, mutters, imprecations, and stifled tears, that Tansler was to be confined for many seemingly interminable days. The medication, when it was administered, was apparently something experimental. Whatever the hell it was, it sufficiently dulled his faculties to make the passing hours seem like a floating string of oblivious instances, put together in a dreamlike, unrealistic pattern. He neither saw nor cared any more. The sun rose and set. The food cot delivered a mess of slop, sometimes little better than gruel or mash, and very rarely anything approaching meat, but he ate everything with the ravening appetite of a wolf. The warders were sometimes brutal. More often than not, they were simply unconcerned. The idiot tide of the assembled patients were herded together, left to their own devices, suffered to shut up, to wait, to undergo whatever new torture the doctors had devised, and to finally lose interest in everything but their own private world of terrors, dreams, and delirium. The worst of it, as far as Tansler was concerned, was the inadequate hygiene forced upon him by circumstance. Once a month, the patients were trotted out to an enclosed courtyard, stripped down naked, handed a bar of soap, and hosed down. Very often, complete imbeciles stood there, soap in hand, unable to comprehend the simple logistics of cleaning their stinking butt. Others, more tired, unused to the wash of sun or the crisp coolness of a breeze, began to hurriedly scrub their flabby, white forms, gathering a bit of lather in the essential spots, and shivering under the blast of the spray. This ritual did little, in Tansler's mind, to improve the condition of the smell on the general ward. There were no recreations, no paintings, no books or magazines, no films, walks, or any amenities whatsoever. There was compulsory religious instruction once a week in a small chapel filled with the ambulatory and the dosa, and presided over by a tall, gaunt spectre of an old Baptist minister. The services were inevitably verbal harangues, and were most often greeted with drooling, mumbling, blank stares, a few chaotic shouts, and utter indifference. Most of his days were spent peering through the heavy, grated window at the bit of sky that could be seen beyond the fence. Outside, occasionally, he caught sight of a few birds, some passing clouds, and the gentle blue of the rolling sky. He let his mind wander outward, taking himself away from the constant, murmuring insanity that shuffled about him. He began, for the first time in his life, to withdraw into the shell of the senile old man. There were, from time to time, unseemly outbursts, exploding around him at random and breaking the numbing monotony. In his own way, he could stare down and integrate such scenes into his psyche, turning over the macabre behavior of his fellow inmates in his mind, sifting whatever information he found useful, storing that which was most interesting, and discarding whatever emotional stimuli the situation suggested. A lanky, half-deaf pyromaniac named Dupree had occasion to go into the most abnormal fits, throwing himself to the floor, spitting and cursing, and, at times, making the noise of an animal. Typically, these scenes ended with him being wrestled away, confined into a straitjacket, and locked into a small cell until he managed to tire himself sufficiently to warrant release. It was during one such episode that he managed to upset his neighbor, a brooding, violent hulk named Douglas, to the point where he began to violently his huge, stinking, sweat-slathered body twitching with a psychotic rage as he circled the trembling Dupree. His massive slabs of muscle tensed to the point of striking. Suddenly, as if possessed of some new animalistic spirit, Hitherto unknown to him, Dupree leaped forward like a mangy cat, sinking his overgrown fingernails into the eyes of the much larger man, who began to wail, a sleek miasma of red running down his puffing cheek, giving the appearance of a despairing character at the culmination of some bloody Greek tragedy. Douglas immediately fell on top of Dupree, and the general ward seemed to quickly be enveloped with the excitement of this vulgar contest. Cots were suddenly overturned. Aged crones that were never heard from began to cry out, and an intensely hypersexual deviant, who often spent his spare moments furiously abusing himself, began to jump about excitedly, ripping off his garbs and rubbing himself vigorously in a lewd and shameful fashion. Beneath his bare feet, a streamer of urine flowed downward, mixing with the little pools of blood and creating a hazardous slick on the stone floor. Behind the gate of the nurse's station, the slate-faced Sister of Mercy watched, chilled, as if she was seeing a pandemonium enacted by gorillas at a particularly ferocious wilderness enclosure. At the best of times, her face bore the stolid resignation of one who had seen every sort of unsavory display and was indifferent to all of them. Tansler watched as she picked up the phone. The deep, bony contours of her face stretched into a rigid mask that looked incapable of speech, and quickly mumbled a few words. It was a moment before the heavy metal door at the end of the hall was thrown open, and a handful of attendants rushed in, swinging truncheons in every direction. One of them, losing his balance in the thin swamp of the floor, slipped, sprawling into a dwarfish stutterer whose incontinence forced him to wear the adult's equivalent of an infant's diaper. The cries in general commotion had swelled to a jungle-like din, and it was the work of several more men and nurses to put everything back into some semblance of steady order again. While the unruly had been carted away, some to be strapped into a bed, others a chair, and still others to lie in a surgery. The floor remained a foul soup, and it took several hours to go to toothless, wild-haired old man named Chambers to gather an aged mop and bucket, and to fusely begin to apply some dirty water in a half-hearted and largely futile attempt to clean it. Of course, it drew its own small swarm of flies to light upon it, and buzzed back and forth around the bald heads and sodden mattresses all lined up in a row. Tansler continued to wallow in the stink of his bunk, closing his mind to the smell and closing his eyes to the world. Near his ear, he could hear the buzzing of a solitary insect as it stopped for a bare moment to perch on the lobe of his ear. As a sort of mental exercise, he contemplated thusly: how does one manage to assume the consciousness of a fly? Dupree returned to the ward. Douglas did not. He stumbled in like some shambling monster from a movie, his eyes even more vapid and empty than before, and a nice streamer of drool oozing its way down his bottom lip. His mouth seemed to hang in a slack, loosened manner, as if his bottom jaw had become permanently dislocated. The attendant led him to his familiar bunk, laid him down, and left him there, staring with cold, dead eyes at the grey contours of his ceiling. He never again caused another disturbance, but did require patient feeding. He was also apt, quite often, to soil himself, leaving an abominable stench in his wake in whatever area he managed, like a sleepwalker, to shuffle into it. Mostly, however, he lay, like all the others, in a semi-state between wakefulness and slumber, feeling the ticking of the hours pass like the gradual drop of a heavy hammer on the soul. Dr. Chalmers had spent the better part of the morning bending over his porcelain stool, vomiting copiously. He had come into the office rather late, still feeling the roiling surge of a bigger-than-average breakfast coursing through his stomach, and had settled himself down to pass time going through various and sundry files, ostensibly to update them. His secretary had come in, then, to remind him of his meeting with Dr. Roscoe, a researcher who was doing interesting work with the application of electric shock. He looked up from his desk, regretted not taking a personal day, and said, "Of course. Oh, is that today, of all days? Well, what time did we set for that?" 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Sure. Thank you, Josie. He appraised her slyly as she walked back to the front office. Her legs looked as shapely and inviting as any he had ever before seen, and he prided himself on being an old hand at judging such matters. He would have to make a note to become more friendly with her in the future. She would, of course, reciprocate in kind. Dr. Jaffrey had arrived 15 minutes early, had impressed Dr. Chalmers as being a man who knew what he was talking about, even if certain idiosyncratic mannerisms he affected were slightly off. He was small, fidgety, with a balding head, huge glasses, a skinny, neck-deep set, baggy eyes that occasionally flared with a sort of wicked brilliance, and thick fish-like lips. It was his nose, though, a massive beak-like structure that seemed as if it had been glued on his face at a Hollywood makeup studio, which was his crowning feature. It was prodigious, nearly abnormal, and to crown it all, the man's suit was several sizes too large. Dr. Chalmers found him so privately amusing he nearly forgave his presence for several moments. On the whole, he put his best face on the meeting. "Oh, it is really a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Chalmers. I've heard so much about you, read so many of your brilliant papers. It's just such a pleasure to be here with you today, to demonstrate what must surely become the revolutionary new method employed in the treatment of the incurably insane." The man sniveled out his litany, his voice a high-pitched bouquet of inadvertent squeals and pops, and pressing both of his long, thin, abnormally large palms together, he peered at Dr. Chalmers over the tips of his long, tapering fingers with a quivering gaze. "Yes, well, I'm very happy to make your acquaintance, Doctor. Tell me, how long have you been performing these particular operations?" Jaffrey grinned, a contortion of the face that did little to improve the quality of his physical looks. His teeth, noted Dr. Chalmers, were excessively tobacco-stained. "Oh, my. Well, I started at Willow Springs as an assistant to Dr. Roy. Now, he's a real sweetheart. Don't let anyone tell you any different. And a genius in his field. I personally assisted in several dozen exploratory brain surgeries. Well, of course, you may have heard about the little tiff he had with the Medical Review Board. A real shame about his license being revoked." The little man bent over the desk, lowered his voice, as if both of them were seated in a crowded restaurant full of lurking spies, and nearly whispered, "You know, personally. I think they were jealous of his high success rate. I'm familiar with the case. Is this going to take long?" Jaffrey suddenly burst into a corrosive peal of laughter, a kind of scraping, high-pitched ejaculation that oscillated at a numbingly slow frequency. It was rather like hearing nails scraped across a blackboard. Chalmers felt his head grow a little large. "Oh, heavens no. It is actually a very simple procedure. I think that you will be impressed by the simplicity and cleanliness, not to mention the overall effectiveness of what we are about to demonstrate. But if you'll just excuse me for a moment," shaking with the anticipation of a mischievous child, Jaffrey turned, went to the office door, stepped out for a moment, and brought back with him a large black case. He was followed by an immense Puerto Rican pushing an old-fashioned wooden wheelchair, into which was strapped an elderly lady of indeterminable age. "This is my personal valet, Rodrigo. Say hello to Dr. Chalmers, Rodrigo." "Hola, Señor, da, said Rodrigo, who was dressed in an entirely white smock and looked to be a handsome, well-muscled lad of 18 or 20. Geoffrey beamed. Isn't he been with me 4 years? And a faithful, hard-working man he is, too, just like all of his people. This, he gestured to the woman, who looked as if she weighed no more than 95 pounds, and barely ever stirred from her spot. She was, of course, strapped down into her chair. Is Jane. Jane has been good enough to volunteer herself for our demonstration today. She has presented herself as a very troubled Kazi in need of surgical correction. So the concurrence of our needs with hers is, shall we say, fortuitous. Is it not? Is it not? Indeed. Dr. Geoffrey carefully opened the black case at his side, placing it on the table and flicking a hidden switch. Dr. Chalmers was certain he could hear an audible hum, but later thought that it might have been his imagination. Suddenly, the skin on his arms felt tingly. Dr. Geoffrey pulled on a pair of white gloves and carefully removed a curled ice pick from a container within the case. He looked at it a moment, placed it aside on the table, and then produced a vial of surgical alcohol from his coat and laid it beside the pick. He uncoiled 2 wires, each bearing a single electrode at the end, and turning back to Dr. Chalmers, said, First, a jolt of electric shock renders the patient docile and passive. Indeed, thought Dr. Chalmers, the patient looked as if she had already resigned herself to whatever barbarity Geoffrey had in store for her today. He folded his arms across his chest, leaned back, and then, nervous, sat forward in his chair suddenly, his fingers playing with themselves. Now, I just touch these, ever so briefly, to each temple. The woman jumped in her seat, more from fear, he supposed, than pain, for the jolt was over in a bare second. She looked, all of a sudden, as if she had been pounded in the head with a rubber mallet. Now, for the tricky part. This takes a considerable amount of skill. First, we take the instrument ever so gently in the operating hand. Then we move forward. The tip of the instrument is inserted beside the eye, like so. Chalmers leaned forward, his belly suddenly rumbling. Geoffrey looked like a little, intense skull perched on a thin, crooked branch of neck, but his eyes bulged with intense concentration and not the least little bit of excited satisfaction as he leaned forward, inserting the ice pick in Jane's eye socket, expertly guiding the tip of the instrument into her frontal lobe. His lips pulled back, and Chalmers saw the enormous yellowed teeth in all their revealed glory. Geoffrey looked, for all the world, like the demented offspring of the mock turtle and a common woodland ferret. Chalmers began to belch. He noted that the ice pick was now penetrating into the brain of the lady, and as quick as the experiment was, and it was over in the merest seconds, his own mind created a flashbulb image that would, he was certain, return to haunt him for many a sleepless night. Suddenly, he felt vomit hit the back of his throat, swallowed, got up hastily, said, I'm going to have to, if you'll excuse me, and rushed past the tableau, leaving the puzzled Geoffrey looking vaguely disappointed in him. It was several hours later, after having rushed the strange trio out of his office with a few handshakes and some non-committal assurance that he would certainly strongly consider the adoption of the methods Dr. Geoffrey seemed to be so personally taken with, that he was finally able to get himself together. He sat behind his desk, sighed loudly, put his chin in his hand, and felt depressed. It was quite possible he was going to have to resort to something more radical to pick him up out of his growing funk. It was some time before 4 o'clock, the hour he usually reserved to cease and desist all mental activity and prepare for the long drive home when he decided, against all better judgment, to finally have a personal look at the celebrity patient they had secreted away in the ward they reserved for acute cases. He realized, given the macabre routine that had been foisted upon him this morning, that it was most likely a bad idea. Still, as he flipped through the file, he realized that he had been unconsciously avoiding this particularly unpleasant case, and he personally chastised himself for it. Well, today was as good a day as any. He picked up the telephone, spoke for a moment, and then mentally prepared himself for dealing with the old skunk. Devising any sort of treatment plan for him was somewhat beyond his capability or inclination. After all, it was not the sort of situation even the best psychiatric mind could apply itself to and ever hope to effect any real solution or cure. The very thought of what Mr. Tanzler had been up to for so very long before his eventual discovery was enough to make him feel nauseous all over again. Plus, he was made aware by several distressing missives from a prominent attorney that there were encroaching legal entanglements, and that did little to ease his mind or open up many options. At any rate, soon the door opened, and an orderly brought the man in. Trailing behind him slowly and cautiously, Tanzler gave the appearance of having finally been broken in the dim hallways of confinement. That was good. That was very, very good. Well, Mr. Tanzler, how have you been? The old man was seated in front of him unsurely, a miserable husk in a dirty dressing gown. His hair was disheveled, his nails had grown long, and heavy grey stubble dotted his drawn cheeks. He stared for a moment at Dr. Chalmers, as if unsure of how to proceed, opened his mouth as if to speak, licked his lips, and said nothing. Chalmers continued to flip through the folder, taking a private stock of all the information. He said, "Yours is a serious case, Mr. Tanzler. Very serious. Indeed, it would seem, impersonating a physician, robbing graves, narcotics, as well as other lewd and unseemly acts. Tell me, can you offer an explanation as to why you are here? Actually, first, can I get you to tell me your full name, for the record?" The old man began slowly, his lips working before any sound even emerged. He said, "Don't you already know my name, Doctor?" Chalmers looked up, as if innocently hurt by the suggestion that he was merely playing a game. "I need to know that you know your name." "It's just a formality. Carl Tanzler. Also, how old are you, presently?" "I'm in my 5th incarnation." Chalmers looked up, seemed, for a moment, to not be able to register exactly what the answer he'd just been given meant, and then said, "I see. Well, how about this incarnation? How old are you presently?" "I'm 47. And you already know that." "It's in my records." "Yes. I just needed to know if you knew it." Chalmers looked down, realized that this might be trying, flipped over the first page of the notebook, and looked apprehensively at the blank sheet before him. He scratched something on the notepad, then said, "Very good. And can you tell me why you were committed to this institution, Mr. Tanzler?" "I haven't the faintest. I don't, strictly speaking, think that you are being honest with me." Tanzler looked perturbed for a moment, narrowed his eyes, said, "You have all the answers you need, it seems, in that file in front of you. Why on earth do you need me to add anything?" Chalmers looked down, as if to say, "You're not at all being helpful," and then said, "Well, you have been involved in quite a number of highly questionable and unethical practices. Also, some actions that you have taken are highly deviant, to be mild. Tell me, are you aware of the reason that the court has seen fit to commit you to our care here at Meadow Lane? Your actions have created a very hostile climate toward you in your community. Tanzler seemed to finally begin to come to a semblance of life. "I'm aware of my actions, and the reasoning behind them. What might strike you as abnormal is, to me, completely logical. You can, by no means, sit in judgment of me. Look at yourselves." Chalmers pursed his lips, said, "What do you mean by that statement? Are you not conversant in English?" "I mean exactly what I said, exactly how it sounds. You're all monsters, and you want to put me in hell forever, because I loved too much, because I was able to take my love and keep it, while all of you just lock your love away. You bury it." In places like this, the color began to return to his pale, drained features, and Dr. Chalmers leaned back, crossing his arms over his chest in his habitual manner. "Why don't you start from the beginning? When did you first get the notion to engage in necrophilia?" It was several minutes later, after having listened to the old man's story, that he decided on a course of action. An intense, delusional psychosis, the type of which was only responsive to extreme forms of shock therapy, he said. "And so, these witches or cultists, you say, they taught you what? How to bring the dead back to life?" "That is what you're telling me?" "Yes. Not exactly. As I mentioned, I have only the most minimal idea of the group, as to where it came from and its activities. I know only the young man, the young leader, who acted as the leader or priest of the cult. He gave me the secret, as it were, and I found that indeed the power could be mine to command." Dr. Chalmers scribbled furiously, his mind racing. Tanzler was still speaking slowly, his voice occasionally rising upward in intensity, and then falling off again in a kind of somnolent rumble. The old man was clearly still heavily under the influence of a full-blown psychotic delusion. He doubted, very seriously, if he would ever see the light of day again. He knew of only one alternative to lobotomy or electroshock, and it was far more preferable, especially in the case of someone like Tanzler, whose brain, such as it was still so finely developed. Of course, it made him sick to think of the mad old skunk making love to a corpse in the shadows of his old house. Beyond that, he felt no animosity toward him, and generally wished to help him to the best of his ability. No, Tanzler was too fine a gent for the barbarities of Jaffrey's ice pick and electricity cure. The only other option was submersion in an ice bath. He had had tremendous results with that in certain cases, and perhaps the shock, he reckoned, would jolt the old man back into a sense of conventional reality. Of course, this case was so distinct that when it came time to write his paper on it, he was damned to even guess where he would begin. "Thank you, Doctor. That will be all for today. I think I have all the information I need for now." Part 4. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came, flowing, and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes whose sweet duty was but to sing in voices of surpassing beauty the wit and wisdom of their king. Edgar Allan Poe, the day swam out into an endless succession of experiences that he was forced to endure, merely because his body was present to endure them. His mind had sealed itself inside, and he began to become insensate to everything around him. It was like, after many months, he had begun to simply exist in the secret spaces of his own skull. A regimen of hydrotherapy baths was prescribed by the somewhat baffled Dr. Chalmers, who must have felt by this point that nothing he resorted to would manage to make a dent. In the strange case of Karl Tanzler, the man was a veritable cipher, and he planned at the first opportunity to write a spectacular paper concerning the particularities of this singular case. As for the man himself, Chalmers reasoned that he was as comfortable as was allowed a patient confined in this asylum. Whether he enjoyed his stay or not was of no importance whatsoever. His indifference, true, was troubling, but it was hardly unnatural, and he had seen it before in other intelligent men who found themselves in the unhappy circumstance of being submitted here for psychiatric housing. It was part and par for the course even for a patient as psychologically aberrant as Of course, the man himself had no idea what was going to occur at the first of the baths, but was simply led from the ward, as meek and docile as a lamb, to the room where the special treatment was administered. Once there, he was stripped of his clothing and lowered into the dry tub to await the oncoming rushing flow of the freezing water. It was believed, when first this particular treatment was introduced, that the physical shock of being submerged in the icy water would serve to heighten the lucid awareness of even the most aberrant patients, causing them to shake off their neurosis and psychopathy and think in a more reasonable and acceptable state. As far as Tanzler was concerned, there was no evidence that this was having any additional effect on him whatsoever. However, stopping just short of the sickening spectacle of a frontal lobotomy, Dr. Chalmers felt that his hands were tied. A regimen of insulin had been administered forthwith, also with not much in the way of any demonstrable success, except having made the old man excruciatingly ill for a prolonged period. Seeing the futility of this, after conversing at length with a patient who, though now subdued and largely was quite clearly still possessed of a terrible dementia, Dr. Chalmers halted the injections at once, fearing also for the physical stability of his patient. Why? He thought to himself on second consideration. Had he believed that the cold water immersions would be any less physically strenuous, was something he now could not explain to his own conscience with any sense of satisfaction. Yet Tanzler did, indeed, seem to be undergoing an important shift, the dawning of a strange new awareness that Dr. Chalmers feared could only be another permutation of his mental sickness. There was still, he considered over coffin bourbon one evening, sitting in front of the crackling fireplace in his home, so much to be divined from this singular case. The first of the therapy baths had been sprung on him quite by surprise. Tanzler had been reclining in a chair in his own private corner when a tall, grim, orderly dressed, all in white, came for him, leading him quietly out the locked gate and the double door, and through an interminable hallway that seemed to be stark white, stretching out toward infinity. Tanzler followed just a little behind him, shuffling slowly, occasionally feeling a not unkind tug on the sleeve of his gown. The room smelt of stagnant water, and the incessant drip of leaking pipes might have been enough to send some of the men treated here over the edge, depending on their proclivity toward obsessive registering of minutiae in the surrounding environment. One wall was conveniently mirrored, and Tanzler guessed in a quick, shooting moment of thought that this was most assuredly a two-way device made especially for curious researchers to observe unobtrusive. He stripped slowly, with a little help, not liking for a moment the flabby whiteness of his sedentary body. He looked quite ghastly, he reflected for a fleeting moment, and then he pushed the thought from his mind. It was surprisingly warm in here, and he was thankful for the consideration paid by the staff on this one particular point. It was warm and had the faint odor of a gymnasium, sauna, or shower. He was lowered into the tub. The first flood of icy water hit him like an electric jolt, sending his mind racing outward into an ecstasy that was not exactly pain, but was very far removed from pleasure. He felt the cold grip him, surround him. As the water began to flood in from the hose-like structure at the rim, he felt his mind washed as clean as if his consciousness had been sprayed with a high, corrosive acid, and he felt himself begin to black out. Or rather, he could only dimly remember later, It had been more of a white out, to be perfectly precise, for it was if he was staring into a vortex of blowing soap flakes, behind which a powerful searchlight was poised like a sort of science-fictional death ray. His hearing began to fill with the powerful drone of a godlike yawning, and he felt himself suddenly relieved of the burdens of so many years past. His feet had been placed on the pathway to somewhere, and he was shocked, at first, to realize that he was clear of the tub and walking down the corridor again, although this time the whiteness of it was so intense as to suggest the pathway joining the end of life to the beginning of death. Beside him, the orderly, a black man that now seemed to stand 100 feet tall, said, "We're going to have to get you back, Doc. Time is up for now." He looked down at his own body, saying nothing, but realized suddenly that he was naked. The thought did not in the least alarm him, nor did he sense the sort of sensations that a naked man might associate with any slight extreme in the temperature of a drafty corridor. No, even his legs and arms had ceased to trouble him with minor aches and pains, and he felt a curious, floating weightlessness that suggested that the world had suddenly been revealed to be made of heavy liquid. "Say, boy, I'm not dead, am I?" He asked the question with only a hint of subtle curiosity and no fear. The black man smiled back at him with teeth that were huge, white, and seemed capable, under the right circumstances, of chopping a man in half. "Not at all, Doc. In fact, you could say that you are on your way to a very important meeting. Follow me, please. Is it Chalmers? Will I have to meet with that slovenly young dolt again, today of all days, and so soon after my bath?" The black man said nothing, but stopped at a seeming dead end, reached into the whiteness of the wall, and opened a door. It revealed a thin, rectangular opening of solid black, contrasting against the whiteness surrounding it, as if it was simply a flat velvet curtain of darkest midnight. "Follow me, please." The orderly strode inside, his features instantly devoured by the surrounding dark, until all that Tanzler could see of him was his white uniform moving against the blackness ahead, as if it was standing and walking about on its own. Tanzler felt himself began to trail, and the walking white uniform began to grow smaller and smaller in the distance, until at last he found himself alone. He began to remember a film he had seen once of underwater research in the Pacific Ocean, of a great, sleek shark moving about like a silent predator in the waters. He fancied he could see the sharp, incurving rows of razor-like teeth set against the abominable delta shape of the recessed mouth. His mind, like some mad microscopic instrument, began to zero in on the minutiae of this amazing creature, which transformed, suddenly, into a freak show representation of various and sundry forms of aquatic life. He found that he was laying in a bubbling stream, surrounded by algae, and ensconced upon a bed of glistening smooth pebbles, while tiny fish and tinier tadpoles raced around him in the whirling, motion-driven hum and throol of water life. He imagined he might have been transformed suddenly into a crab or even a clam, and the idea so horrified him that he grasped with his brain to remember where he truly was. Wherever he was, it was not in the gleaming green and blue of a babbling brook, and he was no clam, for he was treading darkness, terrified now. Ahead, he thought he could see a glimmer that might be the white uniform of his vanishing orderly, or might not. He sped ahead with the full force he could muster, watching as the shifting pattern of light it did, in fact, looked like the mild reflection off of a pool of glistening water, began to emerge from the black, giving a luminescence that was at once both unearthly and utterly wonderful. He followed the easy, shifting patterns of aquatic light out of the dark, until, gradually, he found himself in what, at first, appeared to him to be a large airplane hangar. He quickly amended this. It must, in fact, he immediately decided, be some sort of gymnasium or arena. There were bleachers lining the walls, and thousands of people were there, seated. Suddenly, as he entered the dim confines and began to move out onto the spacious floor, he heard a gradual wave of cheering and stamping, clapping and uproar, as a spotlight beam encircled him, and he heard a commentator begin to echo out over the loudspeaker. And here we have him, direct from the shrieking hallways of the Institute for the Criminally Insane, the one, the only mad genius of our times, Dottorado Carlton. The applause rose like a thunderous roll of cannon fire, and Tanzler suddenly felt foolish and wildly ashamed of what he knew must be his shabby, unkempt appearance. He realized he must look, for the moment, like a shabby, doddering old fool in pajamas, and he wondered that there seemed to be no laughter erupting from the huge audience. He blinked back the lights as a woman approached him with the grace of a ballerina, put a microphone in front of him, and then, smiling, seemed to retreat expectantly. He stood looking at the microphone glumly, poked it with a finger, heard a titanic thump that told him it was live, and then lost the nerve to do anything else. Suddenly, a man that had been standing near at hand, a man that was dressed in a tailor-made suit and expensive hat, stepped forward from the gloom and, bending to him, whispered, "Sir, your people are waiting." Waiting? What in the hell for? The man looked generally perplexed. Tanzler was shocked too. See just how incredibly thin and regal his dark looks were. Also, his eyes were piercing black, with no color in them at all. "For you to address them, sir. Concerning your latest discovery." "My latest discovery? And what, pray tell, would that be?" Suddenly, the man stepped beside him, held out a hand, and Tanzler followed the general direction of his motion. In the center of the immense arena floor, suddenly, massive lights came on, revealing a sight so strange as to be almost astounding. It was the skeleton of some sort of immense ship, and it was being worked over by a construction crew of large, bullish women dressed exactly like convicts. In fact, for all he knew, they might actually be convicts, but if they were not, then they were most certainly slaves, as they were shackled together, every one. And he was amazed as the man led him over by the hand to see one of them, a large woman that somehow looked familiar, stand, clutch her breast, and apparently keel over dead. This elicited no response from her fellow workers, and whatever they did with the body was unknown to him. But as he stood there, he turned to the well-dressed man and realized, damn it, that he would probably never have a decent explanation for this. "They're building your airship, Doctor. It will fly you high up above the clouds and into the upper stratosphere. There, you and your beloved Rose will be bathed in the light of the cosmic rays. These, and only these, will restore her to her former life and beauty. Isn't that right, audience?" And the man had turned, raising his arm in the air as if to say, "You can clap now." Wild applause erupted through the stadium as feet began to stamp bleachers, making a titanic noise. Suddenly, through windows situated high up, Tanzler thought he could see a flash of light. What was that? He implored nervously. That was the cosmic rays of which we are even now speaking. Wait. The man suddenly grew very still, holding his cupped hand to his ear. Tanzler began to feel the skin on his arms prickle, and an icy wind suddenly began to blow up from nowhere. Hey, world! Behind him, The incomplete frame of the airship now seemed like the bleached bones of some huge whale that had been washed up on the beach 1,000 years ago to desiccate and dry out in the sun until all that was left was some gigantic rib cage. A great murmur of noise began to ripple through the assembled audience, until finally people began to pour off of the bleachers, stampeding and crushing each other as they went. The building had instantly grown alive with panic, and Tansler could not in the least divine why. Suddenly, as if in answer, a mammoth wave of force seemed to slam against the side of the building, sending the floor rumbling beneath their feet. It sounded like the place was going to be torn to shreds. "Hurry! We've got to get out of here. The cosmic rays, my God! They're coming for us, and we aren't even prepared." The tall, well-dressed man suddenly disappeared in a comic run as Tansler stood, his fingers in his mouth, feeling his eyes begin to bulge as he stared up at the deep, cavernous ceiling. An enormous crack was spreading there, whatever force causing it being strong enough to rip the two edges of the ceiling apart as if they were paper. A stream of the most incredible light he had ever seen, far brighter and more substantial than sunlight, poured down upon him. It was a strange, fiery light, with swirling bursts of flame in the solid beam, and it burned his face as he reeled back in terror. But it was not heat that singed his skin. It was deep, burning cold that felt like torturous ice. Suddenly he was struggling upward through waves of blackness, back to consciousness, numbly, his heart racing as he pulled against his bones, immersed deep within the icy waters of the hydrotherapy tub. He was led back to the ward in shock, shuffling like an old man. His eyes seemed to search the dim corners of the room, still for some glimpse of the hypnotic, fiery light. Part 5. But evil things, in robes of sorrow, assailed the monarch's high estate. "Ah, let us mourn, for never morrow shall dawn upon him desolate. And round about his house of glory that blushed and bloomed is but a dim remembered story of the old time entombed." Edgar Allan Poe. He walked across the street as if a voyager cast from the shores of some bitter dream, and looked up at his faithful old residence again. It seemed outlined against the gray of an autumn sky, as if it had stood like the sentinel of his being while he had been confined to the halls of madness and pain. He clacked across the street. His attorney had seen to all his affairs in the interim, and the house remained in his keeping, as securely as any tranquil harbor offered protection after so strange a sudden storm. The windows were boarded up, and the paint was peeling, and he later discovered some graffiti and other vandalism had been enacted on the surface of his old home. On the whole, though, it was as he had last seen it, walking across the street, mounting the stone steps, and walking through the overgrown yard to his own front door. He realized how incredibly lucky he was to ever be seeing it again. He fished for a moment in his pocket, took out his key, inserted it, not liking the rusty grate of the rattling old lock, but knowing deep inside that this was the house's way of greeting him again after such a long absence. Nearly a year it had been pawed over, brooded over, avoided, vandalized, whispered about, and finally left to molder. But he was home now, and all would be different. He swung the front door wide, the gloom and must meeting his nostrils, but not having much of an effect now. He had been through too much. He went inside, his eyes gradually adjusting to the light, and he tried the switch. Mercifully, the lights came on, revealing what had once been the outer office of his own private practice. All that was gone now, of course, and the desk where once had rested the plump posterior of the enigmatic was covered in a fine, thick dust, as was all the other seats and tables. He walked into the main foyer, the electric light trailing, casting his shadow long into the gloom, and looked up at the old staircase, the heavy banister reaching up to the heavy darkness where, once it now seemed an eon ago, he had been a man with secrets and visions. He felt the cool, dark pulse of the house settle deep into his aged bones. Where to begin? He set down his suitcase, went into the various rooms, even turned on the radio for a little company. He inspected the bare cupboards, the icebox, the cabinets. All the liquor was gone, there was no food, and a few valuables were missing. Of course, his own private supply of pharmaceuticals had long since been consigned to the vanishing hole of oblivion. He sighed, lit a cigarette, and found an ancient box of tea. He set some water to boil, retrieved a cup, and retired for a few moments to the relative sanctity of his former office. The artificial company of the radio echoed throughout the dull stillness of the house. As he sipped at his cup, letting the images of a former life play in the reflective mirror of his awakening memories. How many of them were true? Weren't they all true to him, at the very least? Was he really cured? Had he managed to exorcise his ghosts? Whose game was he playing? His mind was still split into those faculties which had assured his eventual recovery. He had spent months stuffing yesterday into a hole, trying as best as he could to cast a thick fog about his recent past, to try and accept, at least to a degree, the vision of reality that was considered to be normal by the vast hum and thrull of people on the street. They had spent months pounding their own reality into him, supplanting his, chilling him to the bones with their vision of normalcy. At first, he went along out of a desire to simply be free. Finally, they had managed to almost entirely convince him. Still, there was a niggling feeling in the base of his skull, a sense that a man could stuff so much into that hole marked forbidden, and still have some of the refugees hiding their macabre appearances haunt him, as it were. He sat at his desk, feeling the cold energy seep into his bones, trying, as best he could, to keep black thoughts at bay. He got up, got his tea, and walked around a bit downstairs to get the feel of the place again. It seemed old beyond even his years, and he reflected that this was just about right. Everything connected to him was old, decrepit, falling to pieces. He could see figures moving in the gloom, faintly. He robbed. His eyes. The stigmatism was getting worse, and he was certain that, in a short time, he would be forced to wear glasses permanently. He thought one of the swirling shades looked like Imelda come to serve him coffee, get the paper, talk to him about today's appointments. He laughed bitterly. He was the last thing, he was quite certain, on that particular woman's mind. He knew, could feel, that he was avoiding going upstairs. Yet, if he was to continue some semblance of his life here, he would be forced, sooner or later, to deal with the shades of the past. He stood at the foot of the dusty staircase, staring up into the gloom, a slant of sunlight doing little to brighten the deep grey murk as it fell, like a hot knife, down the carpeted steps. He put his hand on the banister, pulled back a palmful of dust, wiped it off on his jacket, and felt his foot hit the first step with the predictable squeak. Slowly he went up, telling himself that it would be all right, that he was cured now, whatever the hell that particular term was supposed to mean, and saying to himself, "It's just a house, just my old house, neglected, abused, spat upon. Sorry, my precious, I'll not leave you again so soon. I paid for you, and what you buy in this world, you keep. You're just a comfortable old shoe. No, you're a peep show of ghosts, is what you are. A dumb play of a past that lingers like acid in my stomach. A past I must forget if ever there is to be hope. Once again, of attaining anything amounting to sanity. Damn me for a fool. I should never have come back here. He tried to brush the thoughts from his mind with a groping, stiffened hand, feeling his cool, raspy fingers trail along the greasy slickness of his unwashed, thinning hair. At the head of the stairs, he stopped for a moment, staring into that well of blackness that led from the front hallway back to his old workshop, to the place where he had melted the wax, cut the strips of silk, and fashioned from old bones a semblance of life. But it was just a semblance. The rest of it, what I can even remember of it, was only an illusion fashioned from the dissociated bits of my subconscious neurosis. Pity the mind is as unreliable as it is. Otherwise, I would have been a brilliant man. The sun was setting, its heavy red sphere streaking the world outside with orange and yellow stripes. These brilliant, beautiful colors illuminated the spaces between doorways and shined dully behind the drapes. Yet nothing, it would seem, could penetrate the gloom of this upstairs area. He felt his skin cool perceptibly to the point of chilling, and put his hand out to push the bedroom door. It opened with a rusty squeal, slowly revealing itself to him, and he was not surprised, owing to the location of the room. To find the power of the setting sun was bolder, Morty pronounced. Here, of all places. He blinked, inhaled a fine dust, and stepped across the threshold to look again at what remained. There was the canopy bed, there were his dresser and washtub, his Wurlitzer electric organ, and finally his pictures. What remained of them? All of the pictures of Rose were gone. He supposed the Steinmetz family had asked the police that they be returned. So too his occult bric-a-brac, with the exception of a lonely rosary and a few candles, the images of Christ and the saints staring outward in their divinity, to the stifling murk of his dust-choked boudoir. He walked around to the foot of the bed, closed his eyes. He half imagined he could see her lying there, her arms folded across her chest, the heavy reconstruction of silk and wax masking the sepulchral image beneath, the glass eye staring in an idiotic reverie of artificial beauty at the darkness of his form behind the canopy curtain. Wherever she was now, did her hair still fall as lovely as it had when it was laid out on the pillow? She had, he knew, finally been consigned to be food for worms. He parted the veil. No, there was nothing there now where she had lain. He fancied he could see the faint indentation where she had rested for so long, in the sagging contours of the mattress. But his eyes were deceiving him, he knew. He looked at the bedside table. Dust, a broken item that had probably been smashed to bits by some clumsy oaf of a policeman, little else. He had lost many valuables in his long, strange sojourn. He looked at the mattress, when, suddenly, his eyes trailed to a dull gleam secreted behind the headboard of the bed. Perhaps it was the strange way in which the sunlight struck it, but it gave Eam a momentary thrill to realize that they had accidentally knocked something out of sight in their search. He bent low, resting his hand on the bed, shakily, hearing his knees pop like twin pistons. He fished for a moment in the crack between bed and nightstand, finally managing with much huffing and puffing to pull the dust-covered square of glass out from behind where it had fallen. It was a picture portrait. It took a moment for the image to register. He felt a surge of hate and sorrow flow through him. He immediately threw it with all his remaining strength against the far wall of the bedroom, hearing the dusty glass smashed to fragments, while bitter tears welled up in his eyes. He put his face in the crook of his arm, collapsed on his old bed, hearing the rusty springs squeak in his ears. He cried viciously for a few moments, realizing that here, in total solitude, tears were acceptable and called for. "Oh, Rose, Rose, forgive me. How I've failed you." He began to repeat these words, mantra-like, his mouth drawing too thick, mucus like cotton, the words echoing emptily off the wall of his violated home. He wept until there were no more tears, until his body ventured upon exhaustion, and, for a merciful short time, he managed to sleep. He awoke in the darkness, not, at first, even realizing where he was. His head ached a little, and he stumbled upward from the mattress, feeling himself come back from waves of unconsciousness to a renewed semblance of the waking world of midnight. He knew quite badly that he wanted alcohol, and he prepared himself to go out and obtain it. He would bring it back, and, in the darkness, drink himself into a stupor where the ghosts of yesterday could no longer touch him. He knew deep inside himself that this could become routine if he was not careful. The moonlight was streaming through the window, and, hypnotized by the swirls of dust he saw there, he went to it for a moment, looking out at the cold, unforgiving night. The stars were twinkling in vast array, and the moon was as full and as entrancing as he had ever known it to be. He imagined in this dust, these small, nearly microscopic fibers, he could find once again a trace of the life that was lost to him, a way to regain the spirit and soul that now were as cold and frozen as ice. Perhaps, he said to himself, it is the power of the cosmic rays, after all. He spoke a snatch of a poem he had read once, that went, "From a wild, weird clime that lieth sublime, out of space, out of time." He couldn't remember who had penned those lines, but he had always loved them. The air cooled the flesh on his skin, and he felt himself growing powerful, in a sense, in the glow from that accursed moon. He knew he was a free man once more, and that, in the dark and secret moments between sunset and sunrise, he could perforce regain some of the power he had had so unceremoniously ripped from him for what seemed an eternity now. He listened for a tremor of the beating heart, the pulsing energy of the old domicile, and wondered as the shadows swirled around his being. If there was ever any hope or reawakening the spirit vortex of energy he had once been command of, and, because he felt not the faintest whiff of a vibration course through his shadow-shrouded feet, he went downstairs, out the door, to obtain a bottle of spirits. Later, as he brooded in the night, lifting the bottle to his lips in the stifling dark, he planned and prodded and hoped for an answer. Yet, as drunk as he became, the ghosts were still there, after all. Donald Baumgartner sat in front of his typewriter, his ashtray flowing over with cigarettes, and a bottle of cheap Hoch half empty in front of him. His desk was littered with crumpled balls of paper, news clippings, the remains of a takeout dinner moldering in several white cottons, and a stack of pulp magazines he collected. Some of them featured stories under his byline, and a half-dozen others, and other magazines were fresh prospects, plucked from the racks of the local drugstores. When he wasn't being paid to snoop, he made what he could writing detective stories. Some, pulled from his own file of exploits, were ripping first-hand accounts. Others were simply his own fictions, the enthusiast's version of tall tales. Still others reflected an uncanny mind for research on the various macabre facets of history, detection, and crime. Not a one of them was as popular as the feature he had sold to thrilling tales of mystery and detection. That particular case study had netted him a pile of fan letters and a generous contract to develop the thing into a full-length book. The advance had been generous, and his editor, Hugh McCracken, had sounded as chipper as he had ever heard him sound the last time he had called. It was really shaping up to be a 4-star year for Donald Baumgartner, and who could tell what the future might hold? He had been sitting at the typewriter now for an unprecedented 4 hours. However, and so far, He had about 20 pages of mediocre material. He could feel his energy and enthusiasm flag a little. Was it that he felt daunted by the sheer size of such an undertaking? His longest piece, to date, had been 12,000 tightly compacted words, and that had taken the better part of a week. He had felt good and tight during that period, like an unstoppable express train of literary invention, and he had been selling stories like they were penny candy. Also, his regular workload of spying on cheating husbands, insurance frauds, and running up against the occasional true blue psychotic had slackened considerably, allowing him time to hone his sparse, minimalist style of prose to a white-hot razor point. Owing to the burgeoning success of one career, he had found himself unconcerned about the flagging nature of his other career. He hated to do it, but if his writing really took off, he knew he would consider closing the office, hanging up his gun, and dismissing his secretarian operatives with impeccable references and a fond, protracted farewell party. He was tired of wearing out shoe leather, receiving hate-filled letters, and being shot at. Let some young punk take up where he left off. As he typed, his fingers feeling as if they had suddenly grown into stiff sticks of lead, his mind continued to wander to the streets outside. The passing blare of a radio, the honk of a few lonely horns, and the sputtering neon sign outside that cast a rose-colored reflection against the wall. He thought he could hear a train rumble closing in from the distance, and outside some drunk strumpet let up a yell, a cackle, and had her voice drowned out by the harsh bark of her paramour, probably a soldier on leave. He got up for a moment, looked down into the street, saw the two of them framed in the glow of the street light. He was half right. Her boyfriend was a sailor. She weaved her drunken way through a few passing cars, eliciting a cavalcade of horn blasts, and made her way to the opposite end of the street below. Her boyfriend caught up with her, grabbed her arm, looked as if he was about to belt her, melted into her arms, and the two exchanged a kiss before going off, arm in arm, up the sidewalk and into the darkness. He tried to follow them with his eyes, but lost them as they turned the corner down the walk. Snooping, he reflected, came as naturally and reflexively now as breathing. He made a mental image of the woman, cheap and trashy, dressed like a Hollywood call girl, her sweater too tight, her bra stuffed with socks, her long legs clacking in black heels and silk hose, her skirt just the proper length to throw caution to the winds of delicacy and decency. Her hair was perfect. Her face, no doubt, was thick with powder, rouge, and lipstick. Hair was solid black, and on top of her pretty head there was a strange, shiny little hat that looked as if it had been pinned into place like a beret. He stuffed this away in a mental file, for reasons he wasn't even sure of, and realized he was good at what he did. He then sighed, went to his desk, lit a cigarette, and sat back, rubbing his eyes and staring at the infernal machine as it sat in front of him in mocking silence, ridiculing his current bout with writer's block. My God, what am I going to do with you? The typewriter remained smugly silent, as if to say, not a thing, Jack. You're all washed up. You were a real schmuck to ever think you could pull off the writer bit. Go back to burning up the shoe leather. You're a washout. He suddenly said, out loud, fuck you. And then he went to the wall, pulled down the bed, and climbed on top, resting his head on his folded arms and puffing away. Smoking in bed is a bad idea, my friend, he said to the four walls in the darkness. You'll end up in some homicide dick's private collection of death photos. He could see the headline. Now, detective dies in apartment blaze. Or, perhaps, it would scream, writer perishes in fiery mishap. Or maybe it wouldn't make the papers at all. He continued to lay there and puff, at odds with his own faculty of imagination. It wasn't that he didn't have all the pertinent facts down straight what he could glean of them. At least, he had more than enough to start, and he even had a couple of short interviews with that Dr. Chalmers to work in the psychological angle. He had interviews with anonymous staff members at the loony bin where old Tansler had spent the last year. In truth, he had more than enough to start off with, including his own small part in the larger events. So what was the problem? He reached over, stubbed out a cigarette in the ashtray on the nightstand, and knew, somehow, that he needed more, that his pounding of the pavement in Marion wasn't yet completed, and that there were too many loose ends, and something nagging at him to boot. He looked at the half-used sheet of paper still in the typewriter. It read, in part, in all my many years as a private detective, hitting the pavement in search of clues concerning any number of bizarre, mystifying crimes. No case that has ever come across my desk has ever caused the ripples of sensation and fear that I experienced while digging deeply into the bizarre, macabre life of the necrophile, Dr. Karl Tanzler. He suddenly pulled the paper from the typewriter, crumpled it in disgust, and pitched it into the wire wastebasket with a small mound of others that he had slowly accrued this evening. It was pretty turgid stuff, really, and he didn't have anything better in mind at the moment. He started to turn away from his desk, rapped his knuckles speculatively on the wood, and then picked up the half-folded piece of news clipping he had been pondering on earlier in the evening. He quickly ran his eyes down the column of small print for the fourth time. Residents in a small Indiana town are protesting the early release of an infamous grave robber from Meadow Lane State Hospital. Dr. Karl Tanzler, 46, was declared unfit to stand trial last year for various crimes, not the least of which was having stolen the body of a young woman later. Identified as Rosabel Steinmetz, also of Marion, he folded the news clipping, considered his options for a moment, and then rubbed his eyes, went to put on his shirt, a tie, and got his hat and jacket. He stopped for a moment, looked in the filmy mirror above the washstand, and then reached down to collect a pocket full of spare change, half a pack of cigarettes, and take his gun out from the top drawer of his desk. He went downstairs and stood on the corner a moment, as if to decide which course of action would be best to take within the next 2 hours. His mind was a jumble of facts and fancies, and everything seemed to zero in on the looming deadline. He went down a half a block to the corner drugstore, bought a cheese sandwich, and sat at the counter, munching over a tepid cup of coffee. A few stragglers popped in and out. An old stumblebum sat in a booth behind him, looking as if he was trying to salvage what was left of his energy in order to get up, walk out, and move down the alley to destinations. Donna Baumgartner only guessed that he would go back to not tonight, maybe not tomorrow night. But soon the thought did little to please him. Quitting time, he was pulled, for a moment, out of the quiet fog that he usually operated under, and looked down at the overly enthusiastic face of Rocky Olsen as he broke into a smile, took off his cap, wiped his forehead with one swarthy little hand, and said, "Hey, you want to join me and the boys for a cold one?" At first, he didn't know how to reply, but because he needed to hold on to this job for a little while longer, he forced himself to nod, slowly and slightly grin. "Sure thing, Rock. You lead the way." The men joined the line at the time clock, each hurriedly punching out, grabbing whatever they had brought with them to the factory floor that morning, and walking back out to the front offices, passing second-shift workers on their way out. The men looked rugged, unshaven, and their faces bore the individual roadmap of years of grueling labor at a low-paying factory job, whose long hours were punctuated with incipient alcoholism and a steady diet of vended food and bitter coffee. Would he end up one of these sagging hulks? He wondered to himself. Already he could feel a sort of apathetic weariness steal over him, as if he had come to the end of his prospects and not the beginning of them. He figured you could stay in a place like this 20 years, floating back and forth between one crummy job or another, and after a while you would be as chewed up as if you had been caught in the giant jaws of an industrial grinder. It was a slow process, but once you hit the point of no return, bad back, missing teeth, balding head, and a pot belly, you had just about found yourself the rigid groove that would take you from here to the front porch of a beat-up little shack with a leaky roof. You might spend 10 years as a broken old man, rotting away on the front porch of such a dump before the good Lord saw fit to put your fading lights out. He walked past the front office, saw one of the suits who ran the place, leaned over the secretary's desk. He looked, despite his fancy attire, like a cheap, hustling rube with a little smarts, enough to get him off the factory floor and behind a desk where he could pretend at least to himself that he was the man, that he had really achieved something special. He dreaded going to the bar, hated the idea of joining in any of the stupid ribaldry, boring conversations, or backslapping, but truthfully, he hated the taste of beer and the thought of sitting in the dank, smelly, smoke-filled room seemed about as soothing to him as wiping his ass with sandpaper. However, if you gave up a night when drinking with them, it made it easier to work with them, and he could sit in a corner, half in and half out of the happenings around him, and continue to brood and ponder. He didn't have to be a part of their world, not if he didn't want to. The bar was a down at the heels little dive at the end of a dirt alley, just off the parking lot. It didn't really have a name, except the word bar on a battered sign hung out front above the door. It could have been mistaken from the street for an outsized tool shed. Next to it, a condemned house, its porch littered with a mass of refuse and junk, squatted in gray, mournful neglect. Behind, a chain-link fence bordered an overgrown lot, ringed by drooping barbed wire. An enormous industrial drum rusted like some misbegotten hulk from a faraway planet, rimmed by a straggling chorus of tangled weeds. Beyond this, a few houses rested on the incline of a hill next to the railroad tracks. The bar was loud with conversation, warbling country music jumping from an old record player, and the squealing boards grinding beneath the combined weight of tired, burly men and their worn boots. Heat took a seat, nodded at the bartender, and ordered a beer, surprised at how well the brew went down, soothing his parched throat and actually relaxing him a hair. Next to him, his little buddy Rocky was jabbering 100 miles a minute, talking about the Brooklyn Dodgers, his aching feet, his hernia operation, his wife Marge, how good the beer tasted. Behind them, a few gents crowded around the pool table, setting forth an occasional clack of balls thumping into holes. He didn't, all of a sudden, want to be here. Hey, relax, Chief. We're here to have a good time. Hey, Artie, get another beer for my friend here. He looks like he's still thirsty. Hey, you know, Artie, this guy here is a living legend among bartenders. He never met a bottle he couldn't drop. Ain't that right, Artie? Sure enough, Ruck. Hey, buddy, you look like you've been down a mile or two of a rough road. What you got? Some dame keeping you up nights. Both of the men started laughing, the gruff bartender popping the cap off of the bottle with one deft move of his huge, meaty hand. He was enormously fat, with slicked back, greasy black hair, a faded white shirt, and to top it all with a touch of merriment, a tie. But his eyes were sharp, and his brows arched in such a way as to suggest a sort of malicious cunning. Beside him, Rocky, his skinny arm pitched up on the bar, his dirty fingers dangling off into space, leaned over, said something under his breath that only the barkeep caught, and then began guffawing like a hyena. Rocky, half turned on the stool, looked at him as if considering just what type of a fellow he might really be, and asked, "Well, do you concur with our observation, old bean?" He had no idea what Rocky was talking about at this point, but he half smiled, looked at him, and said, "Sure." This brought another hysterical guffaw from Rocky, who suddenly slapped the bar with his hand and said, "Say, I told you Art. He's a real nickel." Artie wiped the counter absent-mindedly, shook his head, laughed, and, throwing his rag over one shoulder, turned to walk in the back. Rocky leaned over, patted him on the shoulder, and proceeded to drink himself into a stupor. It was several hours later, and the beer had given him a slight headache. Rocky had already departed, taking all 5 feet 3 inches of himself home to his wife, who would yell at him until he slapped her a good one and ambled off to bed to pass out. Rocky would wake up one morning in the not-too-distant future to find himself alone, his wife and kid having disappeared in the night with a good portion of the money he had secreted away in an old sock under a loose floorboard. It would not be long after that. Rocky ate the barrel of an old hunting rifle one morning while pulling mighty early in the day from a bottle of cheap hooch. These events, however, were still several years in the future. By the time the bar had nearly emptied out, all that remained were a few straggling drunks and himself, and he was not so much drunk as he was simply too tired to make the trek home presently. What the hell, he thought to himself. He loved the night. A tired-looking woman, holding a purse and smoking a cigarette, ambled in just before closing. He at first thought this was strange, and then decided she must be a whore. Sure enough, she slowly sauntered to the bar, looking sideways at the assembled drunks, and sat on the empty stool next to him. Sizing up her prospects, he thought. Suddenly, Artie approached them, said, "Hey, friend, you been nursing that beer bottle for almost 2 hours now. Now, I don't mind you sitting in here, seeing as how we're getting ready to close up shop. Anyhow, next time, though, you're gonna have to buy more than a couple of beers if you want to sit in here all night." Artie looked like he held a mighty unpleasant swell of rage just beneath the surface of his large, flat, smooth face. "Sure," he said softly, handing over his bottle and getting up to leave. The woman beside him suddenly chirped up, saying, "Hey, stranger, what did they call you, anyway?" "My name's Bart," he lied. She suddenly fluttered her eyelashes, turning her rather plain, hard features into as pretty and inviting a mask as was possible under the circumstances. "Feel like a little company. Feel like taking a walk," he answered, pushing his stool in and claiming his cigarettes off of the counter. A few heads popped up, drunkenly. One or two wore knowing leers. She seemed to brighten a little, asked, "Can I have a beer first?" "Sure thing." He pulled out a wad of money, flashing it us. "Bring the lady anything she wants." "Hey, what do they call you?" "I'm Marie. She took some time drinking, trying to make small talk, but he only felt an engorged lust begin to creep inside of his entrails. He wanted more than anything to be away from the hot, stifling confines of the empty bar. The walk back to his room was going to seem like a shot of bliss to his groggy mind. "So, you been coming here a long time?" She spoke a little warily, a little nervously. He tried to put her mind at rest. "I work at the plant over yonder. Actually, I've only been here once before, in all the time I've worked there, and then I was only in here for a short time." "Oh?" she asked, a little softly. "Are you married?" "No." "Got no wife? No kids? I'm a lonely fellow, you might say." She considered, sipped her beer, said, "Aha." she realized tonight might shape up to be a long stroke of pure luck. "I got my own place, if that's what you're wondering. Say, a girl as pretty as you shouldn't be out whoring around. Just my opinion." Her head shot around, and she looked, all of a sudden, half angry. "Hey, you got a lot of nerve?" She started to sound offended. Then something shifted behind her eyes. She looked, suddenly, as if playing coy games with the truth was pointless. "I'm sorry. I simply call them as I see them. Anyway, are you about ready? I need to be getting home." She doffed the rest of her beer in one swallow, said, "All right," and got up off the stool, making sure to scrape up the small pile of change in front of her as they walked out the door. Artie was bent over a sleeping drunk, trying to arouse him and get him moving. He felt the air reach him, clear his mind, and he took off for home at a leisurely pace. While his date for the evening trailed more cautiously a foot or two behind him, he slowed a little, allowing her to catch up, said, "Nice night, huh?" "Nice morning. It's almost 2 in the morning." She glanced down at her cheap watch. Her heels clacked a bit on the pavement. "Say, how come you don't have a car? You seem like you got money enough. Can't drive? Why, was you in a wreck or something? Are you scared?" He sighed. Her conversation was as dull, as prosaic, as the collection of rambling ranturiat, little dump houses that lined the street all the way up to the train tracks. She was every bit as stolid, as empty, as so many factory warehouses, and her foundation, he imagined, was just as dirty and clotted with grime. "Nope," he exhaled, a little lost in the melancholy of the evening. "I never learned how. It's as simple as that. Now, why don't you have a car?" "I can't afford one." "How did you get here?" "I live real close by. I walk to the bar every night. Usually, I get someone to give me a ride." They lapsed into silence. "Where do you live?" "Huh? How much farther?" "My dogs are killing me." He looked on ahead. He lived upstairs of a 2-story house that had seen better days. The landlady was a small, suspicious old woman that barely left the confines of her living room, had her groceries delivered, and only emerged, seemingly, to go to the doctor or a church social. She never, oddly, actually attended church. They crossed the tracks, went down the hill, turned on the walk, and he pointed down to the end of the street, saying, "Right up there, home sweet home." The place, set far back from the street, brooded darkly in the night. If it hadn't been for the convenience of a fat moon, no one could have spotted it from here. Somewhere he heard the low whistle and faint rumble of an approaching train. "Kind of spooky out here?" he said. "Yeah, sure." She sounded like she hadn't really heard him. No imagination, he thought, and said, "Say, do you believe in ghosts?" "No, never seen one." He considered a moment to say, "Well, I have. And my place is as haunted as can be. Get out of here." "No. It's true. I'm laying there in bed some nights, and all of a sudden I start to hear a moaning and a wailing, and sometimes I can even see like I don't know, like a misty white shape or something in the darkness." "Oh," she said, unenthusiastically. She obviously now had made up her mind that he was some kind of nut. Either that, or she believed more in ghosts than what she herself had even suspected. Finally, they reached the rickety old chain-link fence, and he pulled it open, the rusty hinges squealing in the silence of the night, competing with the heavy chirp of crickets and the rumble of the passing locomotive. He led her up the walk, she trailing behind a tad more cautiously now. The house, gleaming in the moonlight, with all of the windows black by now. His landlady was, surely, fast in her own dreamless sleep, seemed as vast and imposing and old as its long Victorian windows and doorways suggested. As she followed him into the darkness of the hallway, the musty smell of mildewed carpet and stale air wafting up to meet their nostrils, he could tell that she did, indeed for a moment, actually believe in haunted houses. He turned on the hallway light, bent, whispered into her ear that she should try to be as quiet as possible, and proceeded up the staircase, his tired hand trailing easily along the dusty, ancient banister, and began to tiptoe after him, wincing at every squeak of the floorboards. He went to the door on the left, at the top of the stairs, rattled his keys in the darkness, dropped them, picked them back up, and finally got the door open. He entered, gropingly, turned on a lamp, and then motioned for her to get the hallway light. She flicked it off, after searching for it for a moment, and then walked in, shutting the door behind her. His room was surprisingly large and very neat. She was slightly impressed, for she knew men to be inveterate pigs. There was a small bed, a couch, a radio propped up on the dresser, an old trunk, and a few books scattered here and about. She hated books. She sat down heavily on the couch, began to take her shoes off, looked up, and said, "Okay, just so you know, I don't come cheap. So we need to settle on a price first." "What are your average rates?" he asked, without missing a beat. $5 will get you a hand job. 10 and you can put it in my mouth. 20 and you can screw me straight. 25 will get you the works. What'll it be, huh? He took out his wallet again, sighed, peeled off 3 tens, and handed them over, his hands beginning to tremble a little in anticipation. She seemed much more relaxed now, took the money, put it quickly into her purse, and asked, "Hey, you got anything to drink? I think it's always better when you're good and liquored up." "My, you are a handsome man, though, I must admit." He reached into the bottom drawer, pulled out a fifth of bourbon, asked, "You want to just drink it from the bottle, right?" In answer, she took it from him, smiled mischievously, and, twisting the cap off of the top, took a massive swig, liking the raw burn of the liquor on her throat. He sat down next to her, began to fumblingly work the buttons of her blouse as she relaxed beneath him. She spread herself on the couch, and soon they were lying naked, he on top of her, attempting madly to thrust himself inside. As great as his passion was, however, his body would do little to cooperate. He couldn't maintain his erection, and the sex quickly degenerated into a sweat-soaked wallowing that left him frustrated and embarrassed. For her part, his whore didn't seem to mind too much. She shrugged, reclined, her head resting on her arm, and said, "It's okay, baby. Happens to the best of them. We can try later, if you want." He rose up from her breast, his body dripping, and sat eying her feet for a moment, staring off into the darkness. In a moment, tears would begin to flow, and he was thankful that she could not see them, or it would have shamed him more. He offered no explanation for his lack of sexual performance, but instead lit a cigarette, puffed a sigh from between his cheeks, and said, pointing down at her vague, naked form, "You can sleep here until morning if you want. We can try again when you wake up, if you want to." She at least sounded sympathetic, human. He was appreciative of that, at the very least. A mad part of him felt rage boil inside of his breast, rage mixed with the aftermath of sexual frustration. He knew that lesser men, under the circumstances, had done rash and violent things, crimes of passion committed in a white heat of anger and resentment at the female sex. He was proud of the measure of restraint that still beat within his heart. He was still a human being, after all. He sat on his bed, listening to her swig the bottle empty, until, finally, she must have passed out. He himself could only sit upright on his bunk, naked, pondering a weight inside his soul that seemed to grow heavier with every passing day. Yes, some men were weak, given to immediate acts of senseless violence. These men, he reflected, didn't carry his weight of purpose. They didn't really understand the concept of sweet vengeance. Some men were weak, but not him. Not now. Maybe. Someday, when he had finally cleared the books of an old and pressing debt, he could afford to simply self-destruct in the manner to which he felt most appropriate. Until then, he could hold it together. He could be a rock. He didn't know what time he had passed into unconsciousness, but when he did, it was to a world troubled by images of death, of torment, of violence and vengeance. He felt, in his dream, like a raging lion, finally let out of a cage and surrounded by fat and willing sheep. And, somewhere in the midst of all these fluffy white victims, he saw one face, and one face only, that he knew he must close in on for the kill. Sunday morning beamed unhappily, a faint streak of orange falling across his eyes, and he slowly, groggily, came to the effects of the alcohol. He had never been much of a drinker still, lingering in his skull. He was halfway wondering if the whore he had picked up last night was really serious about trying again this morning. After all, he had paid a pretty penny, and he knew most normal men would demand their money's worth. He needn't have wondered. When he finally rolled off of his bed and stood up, he could see that she had already gone. So much for promises. He came back to his room several hours later, having spent the day doing not much more than wandering around town, looking at the empty reminders of yesterday. His emotions, for whatever reason, had been riding him since he first awoke to find himself alone. He had had several embarrassing moments when tears sprang to his eyes, a great welter of sorrow washing up like a dismal tide inside his breast. One such occasion had happened as he had simply been ambling along through the dust of a busy street. Another, when he had been sitting over a coffee and sandwich at the lunch counter he frequented downtown. He had tried to hide his face, his head resting on his hand, his eyes focusing on the steaming black circle in his mug. He looked up for a moment, shaken at the clatter of dishes in the kitchen window, the rattle of the door, the sudden yell from one old chum to another across the crowded dining room. All of a sudden, he felt a cold fist of fear and misery clasp his entrails. Faces looked strange to him. Mouths opened and closed soundlessly, the words seeming to issue forth from some void inside and float like strange cryptogrammic signals from another planet. Who in the hell were these people? He pondered. For all that, who was he? What was he doing here? And what did it all possibly mean? What's the point of it? Of any of it? I might as well walk out of here and into a speeding truck. I might as well disappear into the sunset, into the void. He felt all of a sudden vulnerable, as if the leering grins and shifting eyes could see inside of him, could unmask every secret, terrible, forbidden thing he had ever pondered or contemplated, could count the numbers of sins hatched and committed in the spaces where his guilt and shame could never reach. Any one of them. Every one of them. They could all be crazy, or dead, or just a dream. Maybe I'm already in hell. He got up, paid in a hurry, got the hell out of there, walked the streets in a daze, filling the buildings and sidewalks, the parking lots and pedestrians, all closed around him like a vast, enfolding prison of the soul, a prison into which he had been born, and of which he had only become conscious of in the last year. A prison could have no walls and still be a prison. A prison could be your life, the world, your mind. He went up to his room on shaking legs, not certain if he could stand another day on the factory floor, another day of the same cold drudgery, another night of the creeping loneliness and anger and fear. He had tried to interest himself in a radio program, turning up the dial a little too loudly, not really, for the moment, caring. He supposed, in an hour or so, if he didn't turn it down, he would hear a little pit-pat on his door, the old lady reminding him that, while she was nearly blind, she was most certainly not yet deaf, and could he please turn that racket down so a body could get some rest. He did as she instructed, and she had not even yet come up to complain. He took his shoes off, whisked around the hardwood floor in his socks, pacing, contemplating, and planning the immediate future. In the old trunk at the foot of his bed, he had his dad's old service revolver. It was a real beauty, and he had kept headgun as clean and well-oiled as was possible under the circumstances. He had few possessions, and he had been known, at times, when money was exceedingly tight, to pawn those off, mostly to pay debts. He could still get a free meal when he went back home, but he rarely ever did that now. Too many reminders. His mother and sister seemed like strangers now that Dad was gone, and he didn't need to be sticking his fat nose in their lives any more than was necessary. He had never been a good boy. He was in even worse shape as a man. His younger sister, he knew, was engaged to Gerald Katz, and Gerald was going to be a lawyer. Of course, he was a Jew, but he had already said he was willing to convert, and Gerald came from money. They would look out for Ma after he was gone. There would be no need to announce it to the world. He would disappear for a while, hit the road, maybe see a few new places. Whatever G did, he planned to do it as drunk as possible. Then, when the time was right, he would find an old field, or maybe a wooded place by a stream, and he would put the barrel of that old revolver in his mouth, and go out of the world the way he had come into it, with an anguished cry. First, however, there was one pressing matter that needed to be taken care of, one issue that had waited too long to be resolved. He didn't fancy himself a bitter man, of course. The few others that knew him had a completely different opinion, and he, truly, didn't feel himself to be the type that took to exacting revenge over even the most grievous of wrongs. But he had swore to himself nearly 2 years ago that if he lived to be 100 years old, he would see that sick old bastard pay for what he had done to his family. To his sister, he bent low, feeling his knees crack like twin pistons, opened the lid, and fished out the gun, looking at the sleek, functional wonder sit like a deadly omen, a mighty symbol of force and righteousness, on his hard, flat palm. He curled his fingers tightly around the grip. One bullet was all it took to change the world, to change everything. He felt a hot instant of pure, unrepentant longing to fire a bullet just now, but knew he must wait until the time was right. He placed the gun on the floor beside him, fished around him, his clothing, and came upon a wrapped parcel that he had been carrying with him for quite some time. He carefully unwrapped it, with fingers that suddenly trembled a little, and held it carefully before him. He could feel his throat catch, could feel the old anger and rage began to grow again, until finally he became set, once more, on the course of action he had decided to take all those many months back. If ever he believed in fate, he believed in it now. He held the strange little artifact in his hands, crying again, feeling the wet splash of tears upon his cheeks, and later, sitting in silence as the room grew dark, he had the germ of a plan begin to develop in his mind. A final plan of action, and a sense of finality, he reflected, was something he had lately been intimately familiar with. It was a while in coming, but, in time, Carl had the old place somewhat feeling like a home again. Of course, he very rarely ventured out. Mostly he sat in his robe, or puttered around half-dressed, day after day, living off of what his attorney collected for the rents, as well as whatever else he brought in on his stocks. It was not the class act of being a respected local physician, but it kept him in food and paid bills. There was no question, of course, of his ever going back to practicing medicine. He was damn lucky, after all, that no one had inquired too closely concerning his credentials. It was odd, true, considering that since his arrest and confinement last year, seemingly every other facet of his existence had become an open book. But what did it matter if they revoked his license? Anyway, there would never be another patient to cross the empty threshold of his former offices again. In fact, as he sat, day in and day out, in the steadily declining environment of the old house, he took a certain pleasure in the fact that his mere presence back at home must, indeed, be driving property values down. The neighbors to the one side of his property had long since departed, and the neighbors to the other side apparently were about to follow suit. A few punks came by occasionally, yelling insults and foolishness, and he had even had a youth or two bean him with a pebble, but it was all very minor, and for this he was thankful. He felt he could settle in quite comfortably, if not altogether happily, in his role as neighborhood bookie. He sometimes wondered if he should skulk about his garden at night, dressed in a cape. He was aware that people were watching him, whatever he did and wherever he went. There were no trips downtown, and all the groceries were delivered by a very nervous boy to the front porch. After taking the check and pocketing his tip, the lad was seen to nearly run down the walk in a state of what seemed to be barely suppressed terror. The look on his face lighted the fire in Carl's old eyes. "Fangs?" he said to himself. "I need a pair of plastic vampire fangs. Oh, Halloween will really see this old place become a local tourist attraction. I can already see the tangled knot of little terrors assembling at one corner of the walk, dressed in their bedsheets like little Klansmen, all holding their little trick-or-treat bags, whispering and daring each other to walk up this way and knock on the door." He ruminated out loud to himself, since, barring an occasional visit from his attorney, there was no one else to speak to. His own voice now sometimes surprised him, being that the only other voice he ever heard was the sound of the radio, usually in the late afternoon when even the young kids stopped playing and went indoors to eat hot suppers. Meals that must have tasted far superior to anything he had eaten in a long time. "So Hitler has invaded Poland," he thought aloud one afternoon. "Well, bully for him. I like a man that knows what he wants." He then realized that there was no one else present to object to his rude cynicism, and he quieted down, wondering if the Captain Midnight decoder ring was really all that it was cracked up to be. So many little Billies and Teddies sending in their Ovaltine box tops. And what did it amount to? A piece of worthless junk, most likely. Intellectually, he knew he was stagnating. He tried to read through old books, bits of newspaper, even catch up on his medical journals, but his mind, so battered and imposed upon in recent months, failed to be able to fix on anything much more demanding than a radio program or what he was going to fix himself for dinner. There was also the occasional moments when, confined like a prisoner to the relative safety of his own home, he seriously contemplated simply taking his life. Wouldn't be hard, he reflected. He could do it by rope, by sleeping tablets, by lying down in a bathtub upstairs, a bottle of scotch in one hand, and a razor blade in the other. He even contemplated burning down the house with himself locked up in it. Then, at last, he felt he could be free of the confines of this crazy world. A quick end to a life that had gone, at least from the viewpoint of the society that he was obliged to be a member of, completely haywire. A bitter end, perhaps, almost certainly a painful one, but an end, nonetheless, and one that might win him an even greater piece of the burgeoning folklore he suspected was growing up around him in his own hometown. Rumors, innuendo, real gems like Tanzler ordered 5 pounds of raw meat and ate it in front of the delivery boy while he was standing there. Tanzler has been seen wandering through Morningside Cemetery, looking at the tombstones and weeping. Tanzler sits up all night playing his organ, hoping that the music will wake up his dead girlfriend. Tanzler is a German spy, a second cousin twice removed to Hitler, a Martian masquerading as a man, a dope addict, and wears women's dresses around the house. Tanzler files his back teeth down to put the bite on unsuspecting female pedestrians walking home from late-night bingo games. On and on it would go, the ignorant clucking of overburdened tongues and weak, terrified, sordid little imaginations. He sniffed indignantly. If only these sorry simpletons really knew what had gone on here within these 4 walls, they would have something to cluck about. He then thrust this thought from his mind as quickly as possible. He felt a sudden strain in the center of his forehead. He knew quite well that those particular memories had been collected, collated, codified, and condemned as his own mad delusions. Well, they had him believing that for a while, didn't they? He still halfway dismissed it all as some sort of psychic fugue state that he had been unfortunate enough to enter during his emotional crisis. Of course, this viewpoint had been drilled into him damn near with thumbscrews for the past year, and he had had to assimilate it into his own consciousness in a way that was convincing enough to allow him, finally, to taste freedom again. He knew he had maintained some rather shocking facts. He also knew that the authorities didn't believe him guilty of anything more than grave robbing and necrophilia, acts which were socially repugnant, but not serious enough to warrant any real amount of prison time. It was amazing, he reflected, that he had been allowed to leave the custody of the authorities with such startling ease. Of course, when one had a crooked lawyer pulling for you, most anything was possible. Eventually, he decided to settle in and wait. If there was any truth to what he surmised, then he didn't need to do anything but wait. They also serve who only sit and wait, he said to himself during one of his lonely patrols around the confining premises of his old dark house. Was that how he thought of himself, really? As a servant. The dead, he knew, were hungry to taste life once more. Rose had been the gateway. He had been the key. Now, the world would wake up some morning and never be the same again. It was not long after the reign of these ominous thoughts that the first quiet whisperings began to sound in his ears, a hissing cacophony of voices, one overlapping the other, some joining in strange melody, reflecting each other in an abysmal echo that set his teeth on edge and had him clasping his ears, at times in agony. And did the shadows sometime flit unexpectedly out of the corner of his watering eyes? He wasn't sure. Later, he began to feel more certain of his own sanity once again. These country roads somehow always left him feeling a little out of sorts. There was a mystification in this desolation. The endless rows of rotting barns, dilapidated old fences run to riot yards, swaying fields of wheat and corn, and, above all, the hard twinkle of 1,000,000,000 stars stretching out toward infinity. Of course, certain country lanes eventually cut through small, forgotten patches of wood, past grassy, leafy hills, and gravel-packed drives leading up to houses that squatted gray and forlorn, their rear flanked by the inevitable faded flannel wash hanging from an old clothesline in the yard, catty corner to an old tree that had dangled from it, like a condemned man, the proverbial tires swing. He had passed a countrymate, the creases in her face probably as dusty and deep as the canals of an alien planet, her hips yea-wide, and her arms as strong as iron bands from hanging decades' worth of wash-up in the backyard to dry, and had secretly thanked his lucky stars that he wasn't born to a farm boy's life. But he was also thankful that someone was. He drove the short distance, taking his time, collecting his thoughts. He had a book to write. Damn it! And whether or not it would become a success or not depended on what he could wring from the old man while he was here. His last few secrets, maybe? He just didn't have enough. That was all. Gini d'amori needed to get into the head of the old skunk if he was going to make this particular piece work. He was a thorough, consummate professional when it came to his working life, both on the street and in front of the typewriter. The crook-noses already knew that, and his readers learned it soon enough. It was what bought him respect in most quarters and implacable hatred in others. He had intentionally started out late, hoping to knock on the old man's door right before he turned in for the night. He knew that people were more malleable when they were tired. Easier to get at, to convince that a few friendly questions, an informal visit, was really nothing to get excited about. And, considering that it had been himself who had finally pulled the rug out from under Tanzler's bizarre post-mortem passion pit, considering that Tanzler had crumpled in front of him like a cheap doll when he had finally stepped forward and grabbed the gun, he felt almost certain that the man was afraid of him, still perceived him as a threat. He sincerely hoped so. It would make Carl Tanzler putty in his hands. If not, if the old man refused to admit him, or refused to answer any of his more sensitive questions, well, then he knew there were other ways to do things. He had a plan B. Always did. After all, the sick old buzzard had blackjacked him, tried to kill him, and was one species of the most heinous pervert he had even encountered, and he had come across his fair share in his particular line of work. If he got slapped around a little, or even a lot, if he was threatened or pistol-whipped, nobody would much care. Least of all himself. He reflected that, when he was a kid, a guy that got caught doing what Carl Tanzler had done would have been strung up by his neck on the courthouse steps like a hapless Negro. In some parts of this country, a black man could get lynched for merely looking at a white woman the wrong way. Yet Tanzler walked around a free man. Was this justice? He didn't think so. What, after all, was the world coming to? The package had arrived earlier that day. He had had to sign for it, and the postal clerk had given him the same cold, hard, intriguing stare that he was so accustomed to by now. He had brought the thing inside, unhappily, and placed it on the table in the dining room, where it sat ominously for hours. Of course, he had already received the typical influx of crunk mail and obscene letters, hate-filled missives brimming with vague threats, weird ramblings from mental degenerates interested in exploring various perversities and thinking Tanzler a kindred spirit. One man had called several days in a row, speaking in a husky breath, asking Carl questions about what was it like. You know. No, I do not know to what you are particularly referring. Could you please elaborate? Carl had been pouring himself a glass of brandy. In a strange way, he enjoyed this break from his isolating routine. You know, when you did it with her, was it good and moist? Did it make you hard? There was a faint flapping in the background, the pumping of a fist. Carl suddenly realized that the man was masturbating furiously. He said, "Best I ever had. You should try it yourself. It'd be a great way to lose your virginity." He slammed the phone down before the man reached his climax. He rolled a cigarette, grinned, then burst out laughing in spite of himself. He was not laughing now, however. He eyed the thing ominously, wondering what could be inside. It put him off, because it was quite large, had a considerable weight, and rattled a bit in the package. Of course, he had listened first to see if it was ticking. It was simply wrapped in plain brown paper, large, square, with no discernible markings and no name. What to do? Suddenly, the whispering came upon him again, as unintelligible as always, and very quiet. But there, nonetheless, the thing to do now, he reflected, was drink. This thing was some sort of sick gag, and he would only partake in the tomfoolery when he got good and ready to, or until curiosity got the better of him. Killed the cat, it did. Here's to the practical jocas of the world. May they rot in hell. He lifted his shot glass, tossed back the liquor, felt his throat burn, coughed, got up, got his pouch of tobacco, and sat in the cubby by the kitchen window, watching the sun go down. He had apparently fallen asleep, because the house was completely dark by the time he stumbled up, nearly knocking the table and the mysterious package over in the process. It took a moment to clear his head, the whirling images of the dream he had been having escaping, like smoke, into the recesses of his subconscious mind. Suddenly, he felt cold fear grip his heart. It was a knocking at the door that had awoke him. He went to the window, looked out. There was a tall, solid-looking man standing, with his back turned toward the door and his hands in his pockets. He was smoking a cigarette. He thought he recognized the man, but it was hard to tell. He decided to let him knock. The man continued. He knocked louder, longer, more insistently. He apparently wasn't going anywhere. He knows I'm here, whoever he is. Tanzler cowered in front of the door, feeling himself shiver in the darkness. He tried to steel himself, but every pounding at the door by the insistent fist seemed to seize his chest, leaving his heart hammering wildly. Suddenly, he found his wind of courage, tired of the knocking, and reached over to flip on the porch light. Baumgartner suddenly found himself momentarily blinking in surprise at the brightness of the light. He found himself eagerly awaiting the creaking open of the door. He was not disappointed. The front door opened a crack, and the face of Karl Tanzler was suddenly framed for him, looking cheesy and pale in the electric porch light. The two men stared at each other for what seemed an interminable, silent moment, and then Tanzler let the door fall open. The rest of the way, well, he began. Slowly. You have a lot of nerve coming back here, Mr. Baumgartner. Haven't you already done enough damage? Baumgartner felt his mouth fall open in indignation, looked sideways a moment, as if to say, You honestly feel like you're the injured party in this. You're the one that cold-cocked and tried to kill me, buddy, not the other way around. Instead, he said, after a pause, May I come in? Tanzler, his facial expression opening wide in mock hospitality, held his hand out low with the palm up, turned sideways, and motioned Baumgartner in saying, Why, of course, Mr. Baumgartner, it's always a pleasure. Baumgartner stepped into the darkness slowly, taking off his hat, making sure to keep one good eye on the old man at all times. In a few minutes, he was ushered into the former office, sat heavily in one of the antique, hebacked chairs, folded his hands, and watched Tanzler root around in his desk, absent-mindedly, for a moment. He was shocked at how thin and pale and old the man looked these days, how utterly underfed and unkempt he seemed, wrapped in his bathrobe and sweater straight up to the icy point of his stubbly chin. The old man grabbed a thin pouch of tobacco, took a pinch of the stuff, and began to roll for himself a cigarette. I hope you aren't thirsty. I don't keep alcohol in the house anymore. Too expensive. That's okay, Doc. I wouldn't have accepted anything from you. Anyway, No, my reason for coming here is to tie up some loose ends in my own investigation. You see, I need some information, and I need it from the horse's mouth. So to speak, Mr. Baumgartner, if you'll excuse me for being so blunt, it is late, and I have nothing to say to you. Baumgartner fished in his jacket, found his cigarette case, pulled out a fresh smoke, clicked the case shut, and tapped the end against the lid, packing the cheap tobacco in more firmly. He cocked the smoke in the corner of his mouth, leaned forward in the chair, and said, "I think you do." "Yeah, sure you do. Like giving me the straight dope on all those phony murders you confessed to. I think it's pretty strange that a rational, seemingly intelligent man, such as yourself, should find himself so hopelessly muddled by his own imagination." He produced a match, seemingly from nowhere, flicked the end, lit his cigarette, and then inhaled deeply, exhaling smoke and sitting back in the chair, resting his arms and crossing his legs. He wondered how long it would be before he had to start kicking into Plan B. I was a troubled person then, a very sick person. I'm better now, completely cured of my illness. I'm trying to put all of that behind me. Ashtrays, right there. He pointed beside the chair, and Baumgartner leaned over, plunked the matchstick in the can, and then considered his next words very carefully. "Tanzler, have you killed people?" "Not that I recall." Karl smiled. If Baumgartner thought that he could waltz in here any time that he wanted, act the proverbial tough, and have him pissing his pants in terror, he had another thing coming. "Well, okay. How about ancient history? How about the confessions you poured out when you were an inmate upstate? How about the hooker? I mean, so far. We can verify that all the victims you confessed to offing are, fortunately, I suppose, still alive. But you didn't give us enough detail about that particular incident. This was the one where you claim you and the ghost of Rose. She was not a ghost. Okay, well, whatever. Anyway, you brought her back, or she came back, because of a magic spell or something. And, like a vampire, she needed blood. She needed flesh, a sacrifice. Ang iyo were only too happy to comply, sir. This really has become tiresome." "Because you loved her," Baumgartner went on heedlessly. "Because you needed her to complete you in some fashion. And so you drive out to an old roadhouse. I don't recall where it was." Tanzler put his shaking fingertips to his temples, sighed deeply, said, "Is that all you want?" "A few sordid details." "Don't you want to know the truth? Don't you want to understand why?" "I thought I already understood that. I thought you were a troubled man, a sick man, and that it was all in your mind. Jeez, they must have done a real number on you at Meadow Lane. You don't know up from down anymore. The hell you say, the hell I do." Silence. Tanzler leaned forward, folded his hands together, and tried, mightily, to retain his own innate sense of dignity. He said, "Sir, if you want the story from me, the way I remember it, whether it be true, or whether it be the sad imaginings of a deluded psyche, I can tell you a good portion of it tonight, but it will take time. I no longer believe that I ever had the capacity to raise people from the dead, nor do I believe that the cadaver I illegally took from the cemetery ever had the spark of life renewed in it at any time it was in my possession. My actions were abominable, and my only defense was the madness brought on by a broken heart and an over-imaginative, hysterical brain. But if you must know the root of my neurosis, I suppose that I can disabuse you of any false notions you may have accrued from Dr. Chalmers. Okay, so let's hear it." Tanzler leaned back, considering he could possibly acquiesce. Enough to get Baumgartner out the door for tonight. There were, of course, aspects of the whole business he couldn't go into, things he didn't himself understand. But the man was obviously searching for something, possibly something for an article, maybe even something to pen between the pages of a sordid potboiler. Either way, Tanzler's only concern at the moment was to see the man leave as quickly as possible. "All right, Mr. Baumgartner, as you wish. I must confess to you, then, that every single solitary word I poured forth in those confessions to Dr. Chalmers was true." "Oh, have it." I made contact with a secret group, a sort of underground cult who had a faith, the central tenet of which was that they had received a mandate from God to revivify the dead. I went to an appointed location and witnessed one of their ceremonies, which was unfortunately interrupted by a posse of legal authorities. "Don't bother checking that. There's no record of it, and the house was long ago abandoned." You're looking at me incredulously. "Well, you wanted the whole kit and caboodle, Sonny, and now you're getting it." Baumgartner nodded, his attention rapt. He suddenly felt a fool for a reason he could not yet discern. "Continue." "Very good. As I was saying, the place where the rites was being performed was apparently being invaded by some legal authority. I never saw a detective or a police officer myself, although I did hear the sounds of their boots running up the stairs. I escaped with the priest of the cult, a rather dashing, mysterious young man, and we spent the night hiding in a mausoleum as Morningside Cemetery. It was here that he first gave me the secret of reanimating the dead, of bringing them back to the world of the living again. I had already procured the body of Rose Steinmetz because I am a stubborn, damnable old man, and possessed of an iron will, and refused to simply let go. I saw no harm in it at the time. Little did I know that it would ruin me forevermore. Baumgartner found himself strangely elated and disappointed at the same time, and also he was now sure that this strange old man was, indeed, truly insane. Did that mean, however, that he was capable of murder? So, if you knew how to perform these resurrections and were successful at them, why is it that you needed to go to all the trouble to preserve and reconstruct that body the way you did? They displayed her, at the county courthouse, for a long line of local yokels who all wanted a peek at what you had been doing up here in your off hours. One cop told me several people nearly fainted. One got sick and threw up on the floor. They closed the damn thing early after that. So much reconstruction, it didn't seem like there could possibly be a real body under there anymore. Looked like a doll. Tanzler closed his eyes to slits, sighed, and said, "I wished you hadn't have told me that. It has been hard enough having to suffer the scorn and hatred of this community, of having my good name tarnished forever, of having to deal with the constant threats, harassment, and other forms of subtle abuse. The ignorancy fit to heap upon me. Do you know they had a large, angry town meeting when word got out about my release? Surprised they didn't burn me in effigy. I'm surprised they haven't burned you in the flesh, Tanzler. Fact. I'm shocked we're both sitting here, in this house, discussing this right now. I'd have laid money on the state moving you to an undisclosed location, under an assumed identity. Money was the key word you just said. Mr. Baumgartner, and my lawyer is the best in town. He worked miracles for me, even when I didn't expect it. As for my neighbors, I could give a rat's ass about how they feel about me. And likewise, I'm sure I wasn't convicted of rape or murder or molesting a child. I wasn't convicted of anything in particular, except having sexual tastes that run contrary to what the law and the God-fearing hypocrites of this pissant burg deem normal. As far as the crime of grave robbery is concerned, the judge found that the statute of limitations had already expired by the time I was apprehended, and that prosecuting me was impossible. The authorities thus found their only recourse for punishment to be a hypothetically indeterminate stay in a festering snake pit of a sanitarium. They saw fit to send me to Meadow Lane. Dr. Chilton Chalmers saw fit to release me before the state was satisfied I had been sufficiently made to suffer. 80. Sit. Baumgartner felt himself stir. Taking all of this in, he was glad he had decided to drive down here this evening to get the story from the first-person source, no matter how crazy, albeit, that source actually was. He said, "Yes. Now, I've checked on that business about the cult and the raid and all of it. No legal authority in this jurisdiction has any idea or recollection about that, and I'm assuming that if they had happened on a den of death worshippers or it would be filed away in a big report. Someone would remember something like that. Don't you agree? No one I talked with had the foggiest clue, which means, as I'm sure Dr. Chalmers must have made clear to you 1,000 times, that it didn't happen, Tansler. At least, not the way you say it did." I said that some legal authority of some form or other raided the temple of this particular group of I didn't say it was the local sheriff's department. I don't think it was the OSS, although that hypothesis is as good as any. Tell me, do you not think that there are underground groups and movements, vast, shadowy forces dueling it out with each other, just below the surface of what we are allowed to know and be aware of? Do you think that power begins and ends in Washington, D.C., or are you aware, as I have been for years, that there are secret societies, organizations, that pull the strings on the great conspiracy which we call our lives and the workaday world? Crazy. Absolutely out of his gourd. I'm surprised he hasn't started in yet about invaders from Mars. Baumgartner suddenly found himself scribbling, unobtrusively, his small notebook propped against the crook of his folded leg. Tansler seemed to take no notice. At any rate, the body, which I had so carefully and painstakingly preserved to the best of my abilities, began to deteriorate too rapidly for me to compete with. So I took a shot in the dark. I devised a ritual of my own making, a ritual to bring the soul back from beyond the veil, and to impart it once again in the body of Rose. And then, because she commanded it of me, and because I loved her more madly and completely than any woman, because, of course, she had helped me, an old sawbone, defeat the one stalking horse I'd never been able to outrun, Old Man Death. I then murdered Imelda Kov, and Rose drained her of blood and life and vitality, and managed to restore herself. I think it was a small price to pay. Don't you agree? Yes, very much so. Considering the fact that the woman you accuse yourself of having murdered is inconveniently still alive. I know. As I've said, I spoke with her not many months back. She's in Chicago, married again. Her and her new husband seem quite happy? Or is that all just a part of the conspiracy? Tansler smiled. Inside his mind, he was reeling between what he knew to be the truth and what he had been forced to accept as the truth while he was incarcerated under state supervision. He felt like there was a battle, a losing battle, being raged within. The release of all this pent-up for so long was actually cathartic, and now he felt not the least bit drowsy, but felt as if he could continue for hours. Yes, a woman calling herself Imelda Kov is alive and seemingly well. She may even believe that herself. She wa no doubt bear the general appearance of Imelda Kov, and have mastered many of her habits and mannerisms. Baumgartner felt the icy prickles begin to play at the back of his neck. It was too perfect. The delusion of a man whose mind had constructed a fantasy that, no matter how hard anyone tried, could not be discarded out of hand, disproved, or taken apart. He knew, then, that Tanzler should have spent the rest of his unwholesome life at Meadowlane. It was a real crime that the old man wasn't locked up there. Now, so what you're in effect telling me is that Imelda is one of these. What? Zombies. Something from Haiti that walks around looking as if it crawled out of a freshly dug grave. You expect me to swallow that? I don't expect anything from you, Mr. Baumgartner, but bad manners and rude behavior. However, you wanted to know. Baumgartner finished scribbling a sentence, said, Yes, I did. So what exactly are you trying to put together for me, Tanzler? What I've been saying to the doctors since this whole thing began, that the dead are returning to us, little by little, that they are hungry again for sensation, for pleasure, for the myriad little joys and pleasures that make up life and living. Don't you see? They are desperate for release. Haven't you ever considered what death might be like? It is terribly lonely, disappointing. Don't think for a bare second that everything must inevitably lead to some logical conclusion, or that the meaning of life is that we might be reborn to greater life. Chaos rules all, my friend. Do not imagine for a mere second that the universe is ordered in a manner that is logical and just. Everyone born will die, and death is not something to just be accepted or even feared. It is something to be dreaded. It is the most horrible event in all of creation, the cracking of the egg. Light, limitless light, surrounds them on their way to a darkness that knows no end of suffering and confusion. A finite mind cannot grasp what lies on the other end of that. So some have escaped, are still escaping. But they need vessels, containers, flesh. Baumgartner had been scribbling furiously. Now, the old man's eyes had taken on a wild, faraway cast, as big as silver dollars and perfectly open in a kind of wild exultation. Baumgartner looked down at Tanzler's hands. They were quivering on top of the desk. So, you think that the souls of those who have died are returning to life in our world? By murdering other people? Of course. If you were a religious man, Mr. you would know that the Bible speaks specifically of that during the last days. In the book of Revelations, where it says, "The moon shall turn to blood, and the dead will rise and walk the earth." I don't remember the chapter or verse exactly, but I have known the queer effects of moonlight and starshine, and I know the dead stir in their graves and wait to be reborn. Tanzler suddenly smiled grimly, said, "But of course, you're not a religious man, are you?" Mr. Baumgartner, who felt icy chills grip his arms and back, suddenly leaned forward, closed his notebook, and said, "I've never been accused of being a saint, if that's what you mean." The house now seemed as dark and cavernous as the macabre denizen of the night that brooded within its walls. He got up, his knees popping like twin pistons, folded his notebook, dropped it into his pocket, and said, "Thank you, Tanzler, for telling the truth as you believe it to be. That is, I may want to meet with you again. Is that okay?" "Why, especially? Surely you have everything you need for your files." "What? Are you crafting some sort of article or publication about little old me?" "I can hardly say that I care. My lawyer, on the other hand..." Baumgartner suddenly bit down on his bottom lip, regretting that he had been too transparent. He stifled the urge to counter the old man's threat of possible litigation, and instead asked a question. "Tanzler, I asked you if you had ever killed people. You know, I know a killer when I see one, and when I look in your eyes, they seem to go down 1,000,000 miles deep. They're bottomless." "Well, I don't know about the rest of the rot that you've told me. I don't like fairy tales, and yours is particularly but I don't think it's just the ravings of a fanatical and sick mind. I think you're hiding something behind all of this bullshit about zombies and magic, and I intend to find out what it is." "Good evening." Baumgartner put on his hat, turned, saying, "I can find my own way out," and made his way through the darkness to the outer office and the front door. As he went, Tanzler, suddenly furious that he could be so put upon, yelled, "And a very good night to you, too, sir," before the front door abruptly shut. He sat there for a moment, numb with the sensation of having just been forced into a strange confession, and still not sure entirely if what he confessed to was accurate and real in the objective sense. Two sides of his mind were busily warring against each other, and he felt internally suffused with nervous exhaustion. He got up, went into the kitchen, fixed his eyes on the cabinet after snapping on the light, went for it, found a half bottle of whiskey, and taking a tumbler from the sink, sat down to pour himself an angry shot. Goddamn Snoop. Who the hell does he think he is? Why can't they just leave me alone? Oh, I'll be a good boy from now on, I promise. Cross my heart and hope to die. His mind raced for a moment and settled upon a notion that he had been entertaining, actually, for the last several days. Of course, he had dismissed it out of hand. He wasn't the type to run away from his problems or to flee, just because public opinion was turned sourly against him. But the idea seemed, over a tumblerful of whiskey, not half bad, and he reckoned that his lawyer could take care of whatever legal and financial entanglements remained back here. He still had his properties, his rents, and with a new name, a new identity, he might live the remainder of his days in comfortable obscurity. He picked up the glass tumbler, drank again, felt the warmth of the alcohol settle him, burn his throat and make his eyes water. He felt the first few tingles of excitement begin to rise in him. There might be an escape, after all. Why not just take off? An extended holiday, bearing a new name and heading toward a new destination, with all the promise that entailed. He drank again, starting haphazardly to concoct some plans. He had once been to St. Louis on a business trip and had quite liked it there. Very well. Why not sell this old place for whatever he could get for it and start out early next month? Jolly good. He was getting better at this, since the world had decided, evidently, that it couldn't stomach him, let him disappear into the night, and take the burden of his memory from this accursed place. Before him sat the mysterious package that had arrived earlier. He halfway wondered if Baumgartner hadn't sent it himself, with the expectation that he would open it and, severely affected by whatever lay inside, be more pliant and reasonable when it came time for the detective to call. He let his fingers fall upon the wrapping. It seemed to send a sort of electrical thrill through him. His curiosity now peaked behind the point of all control, perhaps aided by the alcohol, and his general sense of confusion. He began to rip the wrapping off the package in large strips, finally dispensing with all of it until it lay in a mutilated state upon the kitchen floor. He looked at the plain cardboard box with bleary eyes. It was tied with regular twine, tightly. He pulled at it for a moment, then got up, went to the drawer, and got a regular kitchen knife. He cut the twine, opened the flaps, and pulled away some brown wrapping paper. Inside was a ball of multicolored material, apparently wound around something as if to protect it. He looked at the odd item for a moment, almost too frightened to put his hands down in the package and pull the thing out. But it was the work of a moment, and he had it sitting on the kitchen. He carefully began to unwind whatever it was wrapped in, the material, and soon realized that the material itself was an old dress. He held it out at arm's length, but it didn't ring any bells. It had been wrapped around a heavy object that was hidden, mummy-like, beneath layers of tape and gauze. He went to get a pair of scissors, came back, and, feeling his pulse begin to quicken in anticipation, he started to cut the gauze loose, revealing a white, plaster-like object beneath. He snipped and pulled delicately, as if engaging in some sort of delicate surgery. Finally, he had the entirety of the thing revealed. He dropped the scissors, put his hand to his mouth, and felt a yell catch in his throat, refusing to explode forth and make any noise at all. He stepped back several paces from the table. At first, he thought that some maniac had mailed him a human head. It was actually much worse than that. He sat down at the bar stool, tilting his hat up on the back of his head, his cigarette dangling in front of him from his lips. The place was dark. The patronage looked as lonely as he felt right now, but on the whole, he didn't know what else he expected. It was the worst small-town dive he had ever been in. The tables were filthy. The chairs were broken. The counter was cracked. It was lit as romantically as a prison cell, and there was a 20-year-old Victrola in the corner, its skipping needle playing over the same surface of waxed groove ad infinitum ad nauseam. A tired woman or two sat around, looking as drab and forlorn, as broken as the one or two dirty locals, and a fairly stewed man he took to be a traveling salesman. He paid for his beer, drank deeply, and considered what he was, searching for here answers. Perhaps he wondered, for a moment, if he might not be looking for them in vain, or if he wasn't simply making too much out of the old bastard's delusions. Perhaps he was simply chasing after his own feelings of legitimacy as a writer. After all, his editor would, surely, accept whatever he managed to cobble together, with or without scads of additional research. But there was something about this particular case, some deeper layer of the onion that Ha couldn't quite peel away. It felt like madness, but he half fancied he was only standing at the precipice, looking out over a vast chasm that yawned below him, black and impenetrable. He felt cold. Lonely fingers touch his heart, and he stared down into the swirling yellow of his beer bottle and dreamed sad thoughts. The one woman he had seen, the frumpy, dusty dreg that seemed as if she was more asleep than awake, sauntered up next to him, half sitting at the little stool. Immediately, without her saying a word, the bartender set a clean glass and a freshly opened beer in front of her, and walked into the back. She took out a cigarette, her hands dove-light, white, as if they had been carved from fresh soap, and lit a cigarette. Her fingers trembled somewhat. He turned, half wondering if she was who he thought she was, and said, "Some people say that habits kill." She took a drag, inhaling deeply, and said, "Some people say that." "I certainly don't say that, and I don't listen to those that do. Smart lady, I'd buy you a drink, but I can see you already have that taken care of. You ain't from around her, are ya, mister?" "No, fully. Originally, I'm from Pittsburgh." She inhaled deeply, and he took out his own cigarette case, pulled out one of the smokes, and popped it in the corner of his mouth. He flicked his lighter, catching a white-hot glimpse of her face over the flickering flame, and said, "I don't pay any attention to those old wives' tales either. Smoking can't be bad for you. Otherwise, they wouldn't sell M, right?" She was no looker. But then he wasn't here because he was looking for a female companionship. He was, however, looking for a particular female. "So, you come her often?" "All the time, pal. What's it to you?" Gee whiz, you're a spunky one. I like that quality in a dame. Say, how about you and me blow this joint and go out for a little moonlight cruise? Depends. How much is it worth to you? How does $20 sound? Sounds like you got yourself a deal. She grabbed her beer, pulled the strap of her purse tighter over her shoulder, and, grabbing him suddenly by the bicep in a grip he wouldn't have credited her with, let him lead her out the door and into the gravel lot in front. That your car? Certainly is. Nice. I think you have nice taste in things. That's a good sign. That's what they tell me. Hop in. He got in, started up the engine, revved it a bit, leaned over and placed $20 in her palm. He then leaned over and, grabbing her shoulders, pulled her close to him, kissing her deeply and feeling, despite himself, the first few tinges of a kind of excited, forbidden lust grow inside of himself. But he reminded himself that he was not here to make love. She smelt, he noted, quite strongly of perfume. Where do you want to go? Can't we just use your car? Not comfortable enough? He lied. It was actually quite a comfortable car, but he wanted to get away from the bar and get her alone. She would be easier to question and get something along the lines of the truth out of putty in his hands. He revved the engine, feeling his pulse quicken again, and headed off into the night. He looked over at her once, taking his eyes off the road for a split second, and felt slightly deflated. But he was, on the whole, under. She wore the expression of one for whom this situation had become routine. He was so astounded for a moment at what he held in his hands that it took several seconds for it to register exactly how he should react. He nearly dropped it to the floor as his hands trembled beneath the cool surface of it. His first thought was that it was an abomination and that he should surely cast it against the wall and break it into 1,000 fragments. Instead, with a seemingly inaudible wail ringing out from his lungs, he placed it carefully on the kitchen table, put his finger in his mouth, and bit back the urge to sob. This was some sick bastard's idea of a lousy joke. The thing stared back at him as he sat heavily in a chair. It was, he had to admit, a very fine likeness, for all that it was a plaster bust of Rose's head. It had been carefully painted with a precision that even now he had to admire. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to make this strange effigy. Apparently, the face had been cast from death. It must, he reflected, have been someone with access to the body besides himself, perhaps the local undertaker. But, truthfully, it could have been any number of individuals, either in the coroner's office, the police depot, or the mortuary. He had been told that Rose's body was put on display like some sick carnival attraction. And, of course, a death mask of such a locally famous cadaver would be just what posterity called for. But why had they then painted it so carefully, so humanly, and then sent their careful, precious work to him? As a gift, as mockery. The image was both ghastly and surreal. He couldn't look at it for very long without turning away. Rose's head seemed to emerge from the wood of the table as if it had just been severed cleanly and left there for display. Was there no end to the torment he would be forced to suffer? He stared at the thing, his mind working in two separate directions at once. He should smash it against the wall. He should count his fortunes to have been given such a prize. It was an abominable outrage. It was a thing of rare beauty and craftsmanship. It looked nothing like his Rose. It was the exact likeness of her. This lass was self. Already he had surmised it was a plaster death mask. The fine painting was a fitting, luxuriant touch. But still, it was a thing more curiosity than beauty. There was no hair. Apparently, whoever had sent him this had forgotten to procure a fine black wig to go along with his gift. Perhaps that was why it had taken so long for him to realize what he held. He stared hard at the thing, fear creeping into his belly. Quite possibly, this was the first indication that someone, somewhere, was threatening him. All the better to make tracks for another part of the country as soon as possible. Still, he could not help but be drawn slowly to the artificial image. Was not reality in the mind, after all. He had believed that once, had trusted his soul to it. Perhaps this was another chance, another strange eddy or current in the already wrinkled fabric of things, so that he could prove himself a walker of the primrose path between good and evil, God and devil, heaven and hell. Perhaps the will did predominate, and perhaps, still locked away beneath the cold and motionless veneer he had attained through so many days spent rotting in that dreadful institution, there still lurked the old Promethean fire from within, and perhaps, just perhaps, it was still, in some subconscious manner, directing fate for him. Only the stars know, he said to himself. Only the stars. He began to fancy how good the strange little object would. Looking, a fine, expensive wig. He had driven out onto the lonely highway, the vast fields of American night stretching around them for miles, dotted only by the occasional farmhouse, chaotic, drooping fence, dilapidated barn, or tall, phallic grain silo, and had patiently plotted within himself concerning what would be the easiest way to wriggle the information he wanted out of her. The stupidity of his position was not lost on him. He had just forked over a considerable amount of money to a woman that might not truly know anything of Tanzler and his wild claims, and might be of no fundamental help at all. He was going on instinct, and, tonight, trusting in his pure dumb luck. Maybe we can just pull off the road, huh? He looked over, hopefully, noting the apathetic expression on her face. She was, he realized, a cold, distant prospect. This might take some work. I know a place we can go. It's just up here a little way. Turn at the next stop sign. Go down until you get to the train tracks. It's near a little place called Story. It's a motel called Lucky's. I go there all the time. He puffed out from between his cheeks, said you're the boss, and started the car in the direction she indicated. It was several hours later, while he furiously made love to her in the darkness of a hotel room, that he first realized that Tanzler, while he may be many things, was not a madman. It was something in her eyes that first alerted him to the fact that she had been touched somehow by the forces of darkness. Perhaps it was the far-off, iced-over look in her eyes, as dull and listless as if her soul had been transported from her body to reside on another planet. Yet somehow he found her ravishing. Or perhaps it was simply that he wanted to get his money's worth. When he had finally finished, he simply rolled over, lit a cigarette, and handed one to her. Was it enough? She asked as innocently and vaguely as if he had been doing nothing at all. Well, he said sheepishly, it would have been better if you had helped a little. They continued to smoke in silence for a few minutes, and he said, you know, it's bad news to smoke in bed. Yeah, I've seen photos of charred people that fell asleep with a cigarette in their mouth. Not a wise move. I got a friend, works as a crime photographer. He has quite a collection of pretty pictures. Strange fellow, too. He's into the, occult. The what? Ghosts, witchcraft. Spooky stuff. He's a musician when he isn't photographing dead babies in highway accidents. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway. Death doesn't frighten me in the least. No. That's a new one on me, dollface. I've never met anyone who wasn't afraid to take the dirt nap. Fear of killing, of being killed, is what makes the world go round. Well, that and money. She was silent for a long moment, and he decided to carefully begin broaching the topic which he was truly interested in. So, what do you know about death? You're pretty young, too. Fix your head on such baleful topics. Baleful, sad, full. I guess different strokes for different folks, though. Yeah, I guess. A little while back, you said you had something you wanted to ask me. Well, Mr. the Knight ain't getting any younger. He hadn't expected this and felt his words catch in his throat. Yes, as a matter of fact, tonight was a bit of a diversion from my usual routine. A nice one, albeit, but still not the reason I came out looking for. A girl like you. And what reason did you have? Have you ever met a man named Tansler? Mister, I meet a lot of men in my line of work. Yeah, boy, you would remember this one. Tall, gaunt, face like a vulture, and a thick shock of white hair. Old enough to be your father. Wears a pince-nez, goatee, wingtip shoes. I know he didn't tell his name. Doesn't strike a chord with me. Wait, now that you mention it, I have met him. He felt himself suddenly surprised and sat up, his interest perking, erasing the fatigue of his spent ardor and imbuing him with a new energy again. Are you sure? Where? How long ago? Depends. What's it worth to you? Worth a great deal to me. You see, if you remember reading in the papers about the man they arrested for grave robbing, the man that had kept a dead body in his house, who thought it was alive, that he had made it live again. That man says that he picked up a prostitute and killed her in a ritual. That is his confession. Yet there is no proof that it ever occurred, and the authorities think it was simply another part of his delusion. You thought that I might be the girl that you were looking for. But how did you know such a girl even existed in the first place? Maybe it was simply something he dreamed up, because it seemed to fit a pattern he had of confessing to murders that never happened. He confessed to 2 others, and both of those individuals are alive and well. You're sure about that, then? That they're well? Quite sure, he sighed. They're both alive, and one of them has no memory of ever even actually meeting Tansler. But I want to find the 3rd person he confessed to killing, to see if Tansler ever actually met her. If there was something else, something that I'm overlooking, and why, specifically, would you be interested in all of this? It's hard to explain. You see, I'm trying to write a book, and I keep finding myself crashing against a brick wall. Nothing I do seems to crack the surface of this story. And if I fake it, my readers will know. You understand. A writer, a real writer, has certain obligations to fulfill. I see. It was amazing. She actually seemed to be shedding years as she spoke to him. When he had first met her that night, he wouldn't have placed her a year younger than 40. Right now, however, in the eerie gleam of the moonlight, as it trickled as best it could through the filmy sash of the curtains, she looked as if she could be young enough to be his daughter. So, you tell me that you've met him? Tell me more. Sure, I met him. I met him, and he looked just as you described him. Pause. Did he pay to sleep with you? Not that I remember. What do you mean, not that you remember? She began to giggle, and a strange, coy look began to unfold across her face. He suddenly felt anger well up within him, and fought down the urge to slap her. What's so damn funny? She continued to laugh. She looked now as if she might be on the verge of getting hysterical. I think that you're a very funny man, and I also think you don't understand nearly as much as you think you do. How was he to take that? He felt his blood pressure begin to rise. Just what's that supposed to mean? Nothing personal. Of course, I've met Dr. Tanzler. Man's a real genius. Now, give me another kiss, and I'll tell you all about it. She bent over, placing her lips upon his. The lights began to dim behind his eyes. What's happening to me? He managed to croak, trying slowly to extricate himself from the magnetic softness of her sucking lips. Suddenly, it was as if all of the motivation and concern were being sapped from his bones by a greedy leech. Nothing, lover. Just relax. It will all be over in a bit. By the way, I lied to you about my name. My name is Norma. You can call me Norm. It had not been difficult to procure the few things that he needed: a seamstress doll, a cheap Halloween wig, and an old dress stolen off a clothesline during one of his now common nightly walks, and of course, his special present, the plastered death mask, given to him by he knew not whom, for he knew not what purpose. But now it would serve a purpose. His mind, he knew, was like no other mind in the world. It was a unique specimen that could manipulate the very fabric of reality, bending the nature of things into a more pleasing shape. For a little while, he could feel the power pulsate through himself while walking on moonlit nights alone. It was waxing strong again, and now that he had escaped the clutches of the legal authorities, it was just possible that he could, in some fashion, recoup his previous investment in time and energy. If he could not have Rose's bodily remains, he would recreate her from a few fetishistic items, ritualizing in his mind and creating a cone of power sufficient to bend the borders of life and death and allow her escape once more. So now he had assembled the items together, lit candles and incense, sat at his organ, intoning a melody he felt sufficient to heighten the sensation of ecstatic trance he would need to enter to commence with this personal working. Since he had arrived back home, he had reinstalled the blackout curtains that kept unwanted eyes from prying in at the doings of the town's most infamous citizen. Now, the room was thrown into total pitch when the lights were extinguished. Altogether, given the atmosphere he had created, he realized that this particular working, the first he had attempted in so long, was going to work out splendid. Of course, the central image in tableau, the one supreme fetish with which he would complete his working, was standing at the foot of the bed, covered in a filmy white veil. Once he had meditated upon the power sufficiently, and could feel the electric tingle of floating energy prickle against his skin, he arose from the keyboard, turned, and looked at his giant doll in the warm, flickering glow of the candlelight. I recreated you before in the flesh. Now I can do so in the realm of the mind. I am all-powerful when I am in this circle of light, and nothing can harm me. Nothing can hinder me. Nothing can separate me from my love. He stepped forward, feeling the low tremor of the energy like a pulse in his breast, and began to murmur the words of his own personal incantation over and over again. The light in the room seemed to shrink, to fold in upon itself, until they were together in a pool of light, surrounded by shifting shadow. Like the ancient mummies of Egypt, I preserved you and kept you whole in the face of decay. Like the necromancers of old, I brought you back from beyond the veil to be with me once again. Now, like a master magician, I will imbue this miserable fiction with a wholly new purpose. I command it, and so it is done. With his heart hammering in his chest, he bent over and touched his own lips to the cold plaster impression. It was a new romance. Suddenly, it was not long before he began to see the fruit of his working come to order. He awoke one morning before sunup to hear the faint sounds of scurrying in a darkened corner. For a moment, he thought it might be rats, but he could also hear the unmistakable sound of breathing low at first, but growing steadily more heated as he stared into the darkness, his eyes adjusting to the gloom. He fancied he could see, played out before him like a shadow show, the spirit of a young woman crouching in the corner. Or was he still simply dreaming, caught in the mystery of life and death, which seemed to have touched him in his life so very intimately? Once, when he came home, after one of his nocturnal rambles, he entered the house with the unmistakable feeling that someone else had been there. His suspicions were confirmed by several objects seemingly misplaced around the kitchen and in the study, where it seemed, oddly enough, as if his papers had been gone through, or had he simply forgotten, in one of his drunken stupors, to put them away properly. He crept up the stairs to his bedroom then, going slowly in the darkness, hearing the high complaint of the boards as they groaned beneath his feet. "Rose? Rose? Are you there? Rose? Speak to me!" "It's all right. I know how very frightened you must be after your long ordeal. Come out and let us be together once more." His voice echoed uselessly in the empty darkness. He went into the bedroom, looked at the lifeless dummy in the corner, wondered if, this time, the magic had truly worked. She was here, he was sure. She was hiding herself, perhaps not yet fully formed, but soon she would be his to have again. It was not many days before the dummy began to address him, slowly at first, and with great difficulty, but finally with a voice that was more resoundingly familiar and more sure of itself. Of course, he began giving her his own voice after cogitating upon the matter for a while. Like a demented ventriloquist, he would speak to the seamstress doll with the plaster face mask, and then answer for it, doing his best to imitate Rose's voice, as he remembered. But soon even this was no longer necessary. He would speak, and, like an echo, he would hear the familiar strains of her gentle, lilting tones suddenly lift a few frequencies from the void. "And how are you today, my dear?" "As well as can be expected, I suppose. It is so lonely where I am at. We shall soon see to it that you are back here where you belong." "And how will you go about that, lover?" "My body has long ago been consigned to the earth in a secret place, known only to a very few. The worms have claimed my flesh at last, and now there is nothing left." "Ah, but there is one thing, Rose, your immortal soul. For if it were not so, we could not even be having the conversation that we are enjoying now. You're right, Kara. My soul is strong, but it is imprisoned here, and I don't know where this place is. I can't move, can't see, can't seem to find my way out. Sometimes, very rarely, I can slip back into the house, and I can walk through the hallways, and I can even touch and feel things again. But always I am pulled back to this limbo, and even when I am permitted a few moments of freedom, it is like walking through a shadow or dream, and nothing seems as it should be. I can't grasp the real world for very long before it fades back into the fabric of illusion. Your soul is why I've loved you so long. What else is required? A body is nothing. Every body sickens and dies, and even the best of them grow old and ugly. Soon, he knew, her voice would begin to fade again. The strange channeled transmission would fall to silence, like a radio signal that had suddenly gone dead, and he would be alone once more with all of his thoughts. Perhaps he was deceiving himself. Certainly, this was the insanity come to claim him again. He remembered the ice-cold torture of the hydrotherapy bath, and shuddered. Yet, if he was to ever have a chance to make things right, For Rose and himself, he would have to try and suspend the war within himself long enough to begin again his tireless fight to wrest victory from the jaws of death. He considered over a bottle of whiskey that there might yet be a solution to the problem. It was a wild, harebrained stab in the dark, and it would necessitate a speedy getaway. But he had already begun to make plans to vacate the premises as soon as possible. What was a few more weeks? A body, a usable body. He could procure one quite easily with the right connections. If not, he full well knew there were other ways to operate. He would imbue a dead body with a new soul, a vessel for Rose. Then, and only then, would the both of them find peace. But would the magic, the power, worked for him this time? He drank deeply, clutching at his head and fighting with himself, feeling his sanity driven into opposite and equal directions. He began to think of his nightly rambles then, his walks through the streets and alleys, often after heavy drinking, but with a mind that could suddenly become clear and sharp with the madness as a tack under the right circumstances. The screech of a lonely alley cat or the passing of a police car would see his senses grow alert, and when he had moved away from town in his walks, further out upon a country road, and when he looked out at the cold expanse of stars over the tall grasses of an old field, he knew deep within himself that the power was bound to work for him. He could feel the spirits calling once again. Suddenly, he could hear the voice of Rose rising in his head. It sounded like an agonized wail, a crying out from a place of darkness, and he could see her form, imprisoned by shifting shadow on all sides. Her mouth seemed to work soundlessly. Her eyes were wild with terror, and when she opened her lips, what emerged was a piercing scream that was part tortured imprecation and the roar of a mighty engine all at once. His lover was in hell again, and he had to rescue her. Somehow, that night, he put the doll he had made in bed beside him, holding it close to him, trying to make the rough, unyielding surface in his mind into something soft. He spoke in her voice, and felt with her heart becoming one. Yet, as hard as he listened, he could only faintly hear her actual replies to his words. "Oh God, my precious, I love you so. Come to me, my precious, and speak, and we will be one together once more." He thought he could hear her voice as a tiny sound in the stillness of the dark. Wherever her soul was, the connection he had established between them was somehow dying, or, at the very least, growing faint. He felt tears trickle down his face, hitting the plastered mask and sliding down to wet the pillow. "I have to act quickly. There is not much time left." He fell asleep with it beside him. He was walking through some dripping back alley, his mind fixated on one white-hot goal, to find a woman, a suitable woman, one who could be taken and wouldn't much be missed. Juan d'Arc was asking to lend herself as an altar to his own forbidden practice. A cat hissed at him from behind some garbage cans. Suddenly, a streak of black dove out from behind the cans, rattling the lids and flying across his path, stopping once to look at him with the piercing, gleaming eyes of a feline predator. Those eyes instantly became for him the eyes of Rose, and he hurried onward, plunging into the night once more. He had been to a local mortuary, had greased the palms of a local mortician, and had been allowed downstairs into the morgue, and had stood next to a slab. Upon it reposed the body of a stern, elderly man. The features had grown taut and repulsive with the onset of rigor mortis. "No, no," he had protested. "This isn't right at all." A woman with a lewd mouth had suddenly appeared, and running her hand over the chest in an unseemly manner, had hissed at him. "He's a fine specimen. Why can't he be of any use to you? He certainly has been of use to me." "I specifically requested a woman. I've paid good money for the privilege, and I won't be treated like this by you, or anyone else for that matter. I know the sort of things that go on here, and if you don't watch it, I'll go to the authorities. You wait and see." She had smiled, again, shamefully, and suddenly he realized she was standing before him completely nude. He looked down at the face of the cadaver. He no longer wanted to be here. The nude woman he saw was a repulsive, death-like specimen herself. Though she bore a young face, her body was that of a debauched old crone. Her flat dugs sagged to her belly. Her skin was a leprous parchment, upon which was transcribed various bruises, scars, and injuries, and her head was matted with filth and coarse, grayish hair. He felt like he wanted to retch. Looking down, he saw that the cadaver greatly resembled himself. The woman began to approach him, her sagging, flabby arms raised imploringly, and suddenly her face took on an aspect as diseased as the rest of her body. He felt himself ascend the stairs rapidly, making his way by a hidden back exit out into the night. Behind him, he could hear the strains of an old organ drifting on the breeze. He was hiding in a row of bushes outside a bedroom window. He carefully raised his eyes toward the small crack of light he could see just beyond the drapes. A lovely young woman was combing her hair in a bedroom mirror, enjoying the delicate curvature of her face and shoulders, admiring herself by the warm glow of a table lamp. He could feel his heartbeat begin to rapidly accelerate as he envisioned stealing into her bedroom, seizing her by the throat, and using a pair of her own nylons to strangle the life from her. Then he would secretly steal back to his own house, entering through the disused cellar door, and lay her out in his bedroom. He would place the plastered death mask upon her own face, and then, slowly, he would watch the features meld into animation as Rose came back to him in the flesh, freed once more from her eternal prison. Then they could make off together, live under an assumed name in another country, perhaps Mexico, or perhaps even further. But at last all would be well. She stood, suddenly, removing her robe, and he could see, yet again, the ravages of waste that played upon her form. Was it everywhere, then? Her breasts were shriveled purple lumps, her face was a purple reminder of death's loveless touch, and her hair was suddenly the color of white, rotten straw. She began to slowly move toward the glass, her shadow falling heavy across the light from the table lamp. Suddenly she was at the glass, her lips sucking dryly against the slick surface, and he recoiled from her, falling through the bushes out toward the walk. He moved, images passing before him and fading out of memory. He was walking down Main Street at night. He spied a small grocery that he frequented, and for some reason, perhaps a sudden light and warmth on what seemed to be so dark a street, he slipped inside. Behind the counter, he recognized the stout visage of Joe, the pharmacist, standing in front of the 3 gleaming metal taps wherein the flow of soda could be jerked out for the paying customer. The place was surprisingly dark, surprisingly empty, its cases of candies and shelves of bottles standing like unloved sentinels against the darkness. "What can I do for you, Doc?" "I don't recall you needing to pick anything up." Tansler, who was out of breath, suddenly began to feel around in his pockets, unconsciously wiping the sweat from his palms. He was looking for a cigar he thought he had secreted away in his pockets, but was not altogether sure about. The pharmacist, Joe, looked as if he were a bit perplexed about having a customer. All of a sudden, not altogether sure exactly why he had chosen to come in here, Tansler said, Have you been outside? The streets seem to be curiously dead, even for this time of night." "Yup. Most folks around here sleep pretty late, I think." Tanzler considered the man a moment. Something perhaps only mildly perceptible, seemed to be off about him. The reaction was too wooden. The face seemed a bit stiff. "Yes, I take it you yourself aren't what they would call a heavy sleeper." The man smiled, leaned over on one rail, thin elbow, resting his bulk against the display case. Inside, licorice and peppermint sat beside arsenic and shoelaces. The grinding on the man's bones was perceptible, the crack of his rusty vertebrae audible. Tanzler smiled, coughed. He said, "I don't know what I'm doing here." Suddenly, an overripe smell began to assault his nostrils. He heard a weird, dry rasping and looked down to realize that maggots were writhing in the exposed wrist just beneath the pharmacist's white coat. Several engorged specimens were shook loosely onto the countertop. He felt himself begin to reel. He stumbled out of the doorway, certain now that he had been thrust into the mouth of a seemingly subtle hell. Behind him, in the shadows, he could see them slowly amass, like so many morbid company of religious exiles, all come to meet their prophet. He began to walk down the center of Main Street, noticing the slither of their feet behind him on the pavement, the low, deep grumbling of their stomachs as their stiff, waxen mouths all seemed to make the same monotonous word. "Father!" He began to run, slowly at first, but then picking up speed in the darkness, as the endless, dead throngs began to follow him. What had he wrought? Was this new world to be populated by living corpses? Was it to be a charnel planet of the freshly dead, re-emerging nearly seamlessly into the fabric of existence? He could envision a nation of the reanimated, their ghastly limbs clacking in silent revelry as they moved against each other in the de facto necropolises of the new earth. And how much blood would they need? How many valid lives would have to be snuffed out to satiate their abhorrent tastes? He didn't know. Ahead, the street ran onto an infinite darkness, and his feet felt as if they were treading the air. And, through the grit of the pavement, that low rumble still reverberated in the sidewalk, in the streets, through the soles of his worn leather shoes. Father, father, father. He was gradually awakened by a thumping at the door. He sat up, his heart pounding a tad too rapidly, and, throwing the covers back, began to shuffle out onto the landing, going slowly in the gloom. It sounded as if someone was eager to see him. Probably, he thought sourly, that Snoopy bastard Baumgartner again. He made his way downstairs, not certain of what time it was, and looked out the front window. No, it wasn't Baumgartner. It appeared to be a grocery boy, as the character standing outside, with his hat pulled low over his forehead, was carrying a shopping bag. "I didn't order anything," he said to himself, half contemptuously, and went to open the door a crack to speak out. Just as he did so, the young man out front surprised him. He put his foot in the door, thrust his arm in, and stepped through by force, nearly knocking the old man off of his balance. Tanzler felt his mouth fall open and realized he had been taken in by a ruse. He then felt a sort of growing trepidation as the man turned, slammed the door, thrust his arm in the sack, and wheeled around, holding a loaded gun, all in a short, circling burst of motion that left him spinning. He then realized the identity of the young man that was now standing, holding a loaded gun at his chest. He was somewhat older, a tad taller, and more well-muscled. But there was no mistaking the burning pair of eyes that now penetrated into him like twin lasers. The grim countenance and the firm-set jaw were also immediately recognizable. It was Rosa's brother, the hoodlum, the little punk. Although it seemed now that the little punk had grown up a mite, how dare you come charging into my home? I demand that you leave at once, this instant. Tanzler immediately realized how ridiculous the order sounded, and apparently so did the boy, for he said, I don't see you as being in any position to make any demands at all. Carl, now, tell me, did you appreciate the little gift I sent to you? I said you would. You don't know how much money I had to put down to get my hands on the plaster mask. Tanzler then realized how blind he had been as to the object's origin, and he began to laugh. So it was you, an interesting choice for an anonymous gift. Well, I have put it to good use. If you were a smart young man, a notion you'll forgive me for doubting at this present time, you would thank me. I'm embarking upon a new experiment, one designed to bring you and your sister closer together than you have ever been before. And with that, he leapt forward, his hand reaching out to secure a hold on the pistol. The youth shook him off easily, throwing him to the ground in the process, and Tanzler suddenly felt a pain explode behind his eyes as the young man reached down to bat his forehead with the butt of his gun. He seemed to be out for only a moment, but when he finally came to, he was lying on the couch, his shoes off and his smarting head wrapped in a cool towel. It took a moment for his vision to return to normal, but as it did, he sat up, looking about wildly for his young assailant. His eyes almost immediately fell upon the mannequin of Rose, covered by the filmy silk veil, as it was now standing in a corner. Rose's brother had evidently gone upstairs and found it while he was unconscious, and then brought it down. Where was he? Still upstairs, or skulking in the hallway or office, waiting to pounce out at the right moment and be done with him? Tanzler felt fear grip his belly, and for a moment he was too scared to do much more than sit there. Well, I hope you enjoyed your little nap. Oh, no, I haven't left yet. Not until I get what I came for. His heart began to beat rapidly, and from behind him he could hear the steps of the young man go slowly across the creaking floorboards. He suddenly appeared before him, wearing a darker countenance than any Tanzler fancied he had ever before seen. The face seemed to burn black and scarlet with alternating spasms of rage and grief. You know, you destroyed my parents, my sister. My father is dead, Tanzler, because of you. Grieved himself to death when Rose died. Thank God he wasn't alive to see what became of her body, what you did to her, possessing her flesh, using it even after you had destroyed her spirit. My mother, she can do little more than sit and weep now, for a family destroyed and a life ruined. My youngest sister has left for a convent. Amazing the amount of damage one madman can do. Oh, you're not about to disagree with me on that point, are you? He thrust the gun into Tanzler's face, letting the barrel slide along his cheek. Tanzler said calmly, No disagreement at all. And I suppose, somehow, you'll find me responsible for your own troubles as well. Isn't that right? The young man considered. Yes, indeed. That is correct. You see, had the situation been somewhat different, I might have been motivated to use this rather exceptional brain I have for something besides plotting the sweetest revenge. I might have finished school, even gone on to college. But when my family began to crumble, when you drove my sweet sister into a premature grave, and when you further disgraced her with your perversion, well, it seems that even a fine mind can go a little mad, run a little off track under those sorts of circumstances. Tanzler laughed in spite of things. He realized this was probably unwise, but went on to say, Nonsense. You were always a two-bit little thug waiting for something to come along so you could pound it flat. You have a glib tongue. Well, You came from good genetics. But you were never going to amount to much more than what you already were. What do you do when you're not plotting murder? Wash cars, bag groceries. I'm all ears, son, really. The boy let out a wail of indignation suddenly and threw his arms into the air as if he was cursing God and everything under the sun. You miserable old bastard. You think you know everything that there is to know, don't you? You think that the world is your oyster, and no matter what you do, it will end up kissing your ass in the end. Well, I'm here to tell you that's just not the case. He walked towards the mannequin, pulled away the filmy covering, and began to shake it violently apart with one hand, his other hand still holding firm to the gun. Outraged beyond the point of fear, Tanzler leapt from the sofa and started across the room, his arm outstretched, his lips imploring the young man to cease immediately. Couldn't he see he was destroying the last hope of life that plaster image had of ever again attaining? Suddenly the youth stopped, turned, pressed his finger to the trigger, screamed, saw the old man fall backwards onto the floor, and was too stunned for a few moments to even move. He then walked over to the body, stood gasping for air, and realized that he hadn't had to even fire a shot. Tanzler was lying on the floor, clutching his breast, his lips moving wordlessly. Only a tiny, gravely whisper of pain seemed to escape from his face. The old man knew he could expect no pity or help from the youth. The boy sat down on the couch, reached into his coat pocket, and pulled out a cigarette. He had several hours to kill, and could think of no better way to spend them. Parsiks and travelers. Now, within that valley, through the red-lit windows, see vast forms that move fantastically to a discordant melody, while, like a ghastly, rapid river, through the pale door a hideous throng rush out forever and laugh, but smile no more. Edgar Allan Poe. It was a dark, endless night that seemed to stretch on forever. He rolled over on his side, not feeling the pain, the gentle balm of sleep tugging him under, as the old train rattled and belched beneath him. Here was bliss. At last, here was escape toward a new destiny, a new name, and a new way of living life. Before them, the world sped forward into the night, and the night wrapped itself around them. The clatter of the wheels, the comfortable chomp of the engine, served to lull him into a deep reverie of himself. He was still drifting, dreaming, and remembering at the same time, wondering what was reality and what was simply a fantasy. Outside, as he got up from the bunk to peer at the scenery rushing by, he could see no moon, no stars, only a washed-out plain as far as the eye could see. It was beautiful, stark, striking in its spare vista of awesome black. He retreated a bit from the window. For a moment, it was as if he imagined that all around the speeding train was a huge gulf of cosmic darkness, waiting to devour him. The pain was real, though this body was real. He had lived closer to death than most men, and he knew the icy touch of its cold, loveless fingers deep down inside his bones. He sat back down on the bunk, not liking the steady, rocking clatter of the train as it plummeted through the night, headed into shadow. How long had been out? He wondered, rubbing his forehead with a quivering hand. His mouth felt dry as cotton, and his lips were sticking together. He wanted very badly a cool drink of water. He got up from his bunk and went to the door, peeping out. He could see at the end of the passage the head of the idiot porter bobbing over his chest in slumber. Stupid Punk was probably so juiced right now he couldn't see straight. Well, he was thirsty, damn it, and this damned trip seemed to have no end. It was colder than hell in here as well, and getting worse by the minute as far as he was concerned. "Boy, wake up, boy. I'd like to have another word with you, if you don't mind." He saw the head shoot up, the eyes looking wide and surprised for having been awakened so suddenly. The boy breathed heavily, yawned, stood up as if to say, "Why don't you just drop dead, you miserable old coot?" and walked to the door of his compartment. "What can I help you with now, Dr. Tanzler?" "Well, if you could see it in your heart to get an old man a cup of water while he is ailing, I sure would be obliged, Sonny. By the way, how did you know my name?" The porter turned and disappeared for a moment, returning with a small paper cup. Inside, a very cool drink. Tanzler sniffed, took it, and downed it greedily. He suddenly felt a healing balm wash over him, as his throat had been nearly parched. "Thank you." "Say, you didn't answer me." The porter smiled. He said, "Answer what? I asked you how you knew my name. You didn't answer me." The young man looked at him as if he might be going feeble, and then smiled. "Well, I don't recall ever telling you my name, yet you just addressed me by it, so I was just curious." Tanzler felt a little less vicious now, a little more tired. It was a strange sort of mental vagueness. He was sure it was the result of the drops he had swallowed for his pain, or maybe it was just his age. "I know what I need to know. In your case, I know quite a lot." Tanzler suddenly felt his eyebrows rise. So he was going to be impertinent now, was he? "Well," thought the old man, "I probably deserve a little impertinence at this point. I know about the little secret things you do when you're alone, when you're asleep, when you're dreaming about her. You can't let her go, can you? Never could really love. All you knew how to do was possess something, to fight to keep whatever it was that you reckoned belonged to you. You filthy old bag of bones." The boy's face had suddenly taken on a snarling, sneering quality, and Tanzler felt his pulse skip a beat. He stepped backward, putting his hand over his heart, and saying, "I'll have your job, you insolent cur. How dare you speak that way to me, a sick old man? That's right. You are sick, and I believe we have the cure." He stepped forward, thrust out his hand, and took the edge of the old man's shirt in one iron grasp. Tanzler began to struggle against him, and then exclaimed, "You just wait till we get into St. Louis, you rotten bum. I'll have your job if it's the last thing I ever do." The boy suddenly let go, smiled cruelly, and said, "St. Louis? Huh, old man, you don't have to worry about my job. It's a sure bet I'll be here tomorrow, and the next day, and the next week, and all year, and on and on. And, well, I hate to break the news to you, but this train isn't headed for St. Louis." Tanzler stepped back behind the door, nearly slamming it, and then, with narrowed eyes, said, "What do you mean? We aren't headed for St. Louis." "You'll find out," said the young man smugly, his lips curling up into a twisted little grin as he turned to go back to his seat. "What do you mean? That's absurd. Where in the hell are we headed for, then?" The boy turned again, hissed, "Exactly. Have a look outside?" He erupted in a choking guffaw as Tanzler turned, slammed the door, and went to the window. The world had suddenly started to brighten around them, and he could see the vast, endless plain upon which the train roared through an interminable night. Around them, disappearing into the infinite, was a bottomless chasm that knew nothing but cold, shuffling forms of death. And stalking the vast, flat plains in between the spaces were the hideous, grave-ravaged forms of the dead, millions of them. A vast, swirling sea of cadaverous bodies, shuffling aimlessly. Suddenly, they began to press closer, to hold their rotted faces to the window, surrounding the speeding locomotive and beating on it with their withered fingers. One of us. He could hear their gravelly groaning through the clatter and whoosh of the train, and he felt icy fear clutch his heart. He began to involuntarily jerk backwards, supposing that this might be another nightmare. He turned. He could hear that boy laughing behind him, but darkness had descended again, and there was nobody there. Epilogue. It was a miserable little walk-up apartment in a tenement slum, but the both of them thought of it, for the time being, as home. Once, long ago, when the street was trodden under the dirty hoofs of horse-drawn carriages, and men with frock coats and round hats walked the streets gaily with their ladies at their arms, the ground upon which the tenement sat was the site of a gigantic hotel. It was built by a man named Holmes, who was a murderer and scoundrel, and who constructed the immense edifice expressly to serve him in his criminal endeavors. He could asphyxiate, via a series of gas valves, any of the guests in their respective rooms at a whim. He could then dispose of their bodies down a series of greased chutes, piling them up in the basement, dissecting them at his leisure, selling their body parts for medical specimens, and liquidating their valuables and monetary assets in any manner he saw fit. Eventually, a gas explosion in the basement led to his discovery. He went to the gallows, believing himself to be transforming slowly into an image of the devil himself. Of course, that had been decades ago, and the original hotel had been destroyed by an arsonist's blaze. What replaced it was less grim in many ways, but still felt the lingering touch of evil that seems to lurk in any place that has experienced a great killing or tragedy. It was a place where even the rosiest little children had trouble playing gaily, and might look, from time to time, around them while drawing their hopscotch patterns on the sidewalk, seeming as if they are holding back the frost of an invisible, icy presence. The hallway of the building was dusty and gray, and it always smelled of boiled cabbage, strong spices hallmark of the cooking secrets of so many immigrant families, and the enclosed funk of a structure that has seen better days, nestled behind the wooden doors. Though there was life in spite of poverty. Sounds could be heard, muffled behind the walls, sounds of loving and life, of the gentle boredom of days, of the groaning of tired feet and hands that resisted the idea of any more, of the laughter of mothers and children inured against the hardships brought on by the molasses drip of time and age. Of course, it was not only families in the building. The one odd woman who lived there, alone it seemed, was the subject of much speculation amongst the residents of the apartment. Often they would talk amongst themselves. While hanging the wash on the line in the back, some of them barely knew English about the odd woman and the strange man she was often seen with. The man was far younger than her, for one thing. What he could possibly find attractive in this stout, plain older woman was anyone's guess. But it couldn't have been for money. After all, if the woman had any wealth to speak of, what was she doing living in a place like this? It was obvious, too, that she wasn't one of them. She and a beau, were they actually married? No one knew for certain. Kept themselves apart from the other tenants, rarely spoke if passing them on the stairs, and never went out with them to hang wash, or gather at the front steps to gossip. Often, though, they could hear the melodies of old records drifting down from her room, and they liked that at least. It lent an air of gentleness to the building, and blocked out the rough sounds of the city, of the cars driving by and children screaming in play, and the boys of the neighborhood playing stickball in the vacant lot next door. Even if the woman knew what an object of conversation she was in that building, she could scarcely have cared. She had been living in quite a different world lately, one that forbid much meaningful interaction with anyone but her chosen mate. He was a good-looking boy. She knew if one reckoned looks by the same standards that the average man or woman in the street did. Of course, he was not overly endowed with a fine intellect, but what did that matter? He was forever chasing something, some clue to fill the hollow region of himself where true life and love and understanding waited, hungry, he thought. Perhaps he had found some key to himself in her. Who was she to dissuade him? Besides, he was useful, immensely useful. Why? It had been just the other day when he had brought to her door a charming prospect. She had been hiding inside, in the dark, her skin being so sensitive to harsh sunlight, and had spent the last few days listening to old records, trying to put some distance between herself and her situation. She would often brood, now, for an interminable period of time. Her only friend, the radio, and her 78 revolutions per minute records, warbling oldies, featuring the mellow velvet vocals of Roscoe Lambeau and Rudy Vallee. It sent her away for a few moments, beyond the grip of boredom, hunger, or pain. She had had her music interrupted by a familiar footsteps ringing out on the stairs. It was him, the boy, her patron, and it sounded to her as if he had managed to hook them an interesting prospect for the evening. As if in answer to her thoughts, she suddenly realized he was being followed up the stairs by another pair of footfalls. This one slower, more cautious, and unmistakably of a lighter tread than that of the boy. Suddenly, his key rattled in the door, and he entered, a young woman following at his heels. "Good evening, my dear," he said cheerily, taking off his hat and putting it on the stand next to the radiator. She remained seated in her rocker, closely examining the young woman who was now standing on her carpet, looking mildly confused. "Oh, perhaps I should have explained. This is my dear sweet compagna, Missy. She's always as eager as I am to have company. Aren't you, my dear?" She rocked back and forth a minute, considering the girl who seemed, beneath her obvious tipsy exterior, to suddenly seem strangely apprehensive. She was dark, perhaps Italian, or even a mulatto. Almost certainly she was a prostitute. She wondered in what Skid Row dive he had picked this one up. "Yes, I am at that. Come over here, dearie, so that I can get a better look at you." The young woman, who smelled strongly of cheap liquor, looked over at the boy for a minute with a lopsided grin, as if to say, "You never mentioned anything about this," but did as she was instructed, sashaying a bit as he went. She suddenly felt the stout little woman's hands creep up the sides of her skirt, slowly. She's a hot-blooded one. "All right," she will certainly do. "What do they call you, my peach?" "They call me Evangeline." "Ah, that's a pretty name. Timothy must have told you that we're both possessed of some rather strange tastes. Evangeline, in fact, some very strange tastes, indeed." "Oh, I understand. And let me tell you, sister, for the right price, there's nothing I won't do to make my new friends happy. We are going to be friends, aren't we?" Imelda ran her hand up the side of the woman's dress, feeling the hot blast of her acrid breath play against her face. The boy went to the record player, which had wound down, and began to crank the handle, finally placing the needle back on the dusty, scratchy surface. Evangeline sat in her lap, and from the corner of her eye she could see the boy's face grow big with amusement. She placed a quivering hand to her breast, ran the other one up Evangeline's thigh, and leaned forward to kiss her on the lips. For Evangeline, the world seemed to swim in darkness, and that single kiss took all the energy out of her body. It was as if she melted into it, and this old bag was no looker either. She could, suddenly, feel a strange bolt of electricity charge her form. And the music filled the room, and beneath that she could hear the laughter of the young man as the light around them seemed to settle down into darkness. Evangeline began to to struggle. There was something unnatural about this kiss. Outside, the music swelled to a crescendo, penetrating the tenement walls and flowing out into the stairwell beautifully. A neighbor lady, a tired, haggard woman with 4 young children who rarely got to take anything resembling a break during the day, stepped outside her door to listen. It was really very beautiful, she reflected. She was an odd woman, was the upstairs neighbor, but at least she had a little taste. Across the fruited fields, echoing across the rusted bales of old wire, the leaning fences, the lowing cattle, and the sagging roofs of so many weather-beaten houses, that sound disappeared into an infinity of other, more subtle frequencies. In Emila's hometown, under the cover of night, in a little house, in an upstairs room overlooking a sprawling backyard that ran down a hill toward a gravel alley, Emily Ford lay in her bed, looking up at the patches of shadow as they swirled across the ceiling. She had been through some strange changes lately, and felt as if, to be honest, she had been living the past several months in a bizarre dream. The nighttime seemed to call to her. The wind seemed to have its own voice. She got up for a moment, looking out the window. The world, as far as she was concerned, was now something new and fresh as the day she was born. Reborn, rather. She felt like she was experiencing it all for the first time, every night. She crept out of bed toward the window. Had it really been so long ago when the strange woman had appeared outside, beckoning her to come forward with her, into the fog, into the womb of a strange new world? She didn't think so. She didn't really understand what time was, after all. She might have been dreaming, or it might have been reality, but in short order she found herself walking along the garden path, down the sloping hill, to the alley below. Around her, the thick, misty fog of the night it had come in so quickly seemed to settle around her form. She walked on feet that seemed considerably more light for all the effort. In a short time it was as if she found herself on an old country road. She knew she really must be dreaming. She fancied she could see lonely figures disappear into the fog, forlorn. Wonders that might be the souls of old folks long since passed beyond, or might simply be a trick of her eyes. She wasn't sure. Just beyond, near an ancient wrought iron fence that seemed to be sweating chilled droplets in the mists, was a little cemetery nestled amidst a covering of drooping willows. She walked through the gate, pushing open the rusted hinges, the high, thin wail of grinding, decaying metal rising up in an intriguing counterpoint to the steady drip of water and the rustle of tall grass in the soft wind. She felt, at once, as if she had returned to the bosom of a nurturing mother. Faintly, she could hear voices call her from beyond, as dark forms flitted in the shadows. She was awakening, she knew, from the sleep from which she had been reborn. She went past broken monuments, their names worn from the weathered stones until they were unreadable, to the back of the cemetery, in the swirling abyss of shadows and gloom. Below her, she could feel the vibrating energy shivering beneath the icy earth as the bodies of so many dead shifted in their cold shells, shuffling off the miasma of rot and the cloak of worms each, in their own time, had come to know as their shroud. Around her, the wind spoke with their voices, their hushed imprecations rising to her ears, sounding like heated whispers, like the high mocking voice of love, whispering in her ear. She knew she was young. She was also eons old at this very moment. She was on the cusp of knowing what no other little girl before her had ever known before. The fog was thick around her. Her sweat was drying on her body, freezing her in the clammy grasp of morning chill. Above her, the sky reared itself gray in all directions, showing its weathered marble visage just above the treetops, peeking out through drooping branches. The world was cold and lonely, and belonged to the dead. Her feet stopped at a mound of dirt, her nostrils taking in the fresh scent of upturned earth. Beneath her was a fresh grave. Someone had been buried here very recently. There was no headstone, but somehow she knew that below her was the one she was seeking, the one that had started it all. The white shower, the bodies of the dead rattled in their earthen crypts. She bent down to the mound, resting on her knees, her nightdress becoming soiled in the dirt of the freshly turned grave. The smell was beautiful and overpowering. It was life and death commingled, rebirthed and rot that had been fermented together in the innards of so many writhing worms and nesting maggots. She dipped her fingers into the moist earth, feeling the cold drizzle of morning rain begin to lick her shoulders. The voices from below began to rise, skeletons rattling in their coffins. The ground below made a mighty tremor, suddenly rising like a strange white bird from the mound before her. A single bony hand began to emerge, slowly making its way up through the layers of soil until it penetrated the surface. She reached out toward it, the tips on her little fingers shivering in anticipation. The hand was clotted with dirt. Its nails were cracked and filthy, but it drew her own fingers as if it had been magnetized below the soil. She touched her fingers to the groping hand, seeing now more of the wrist protrude upward. A feeling of electricity penetrated her young body, and she felt her heart flutter with sick delight. The fingertips were dirty, rough. No matter. She grasped the hand. In a strange moment, there was love.